Mr. Taibbi, do you have any idea how many people work at the United States Department of Treasury?
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry.
108,376. And part of the Department of Treasury, of course, is the Internal Revenue Service. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, big part, frankly. Big part. Thousands of people work there, too. And on December 24th, 2022, one of those 108,376 employees at the Department of Treasury decided they were going to start an investigation into you. Is that right?
Yes, that's my
And
understanding.
that just happened to coincide with the day you did one of the Twitter files. I think one of the important ones. I think it may have been the second one, if I'm second or third, but one of those important Twitter files. Is that right?
Yes, it was. It was.
And then a few months later, you're sitting in that same seat testifying in front of this committee, and the very time you're testifying, another one of those 108,376 people knock on your door. Unannounced visit to your home, which, by the way, they've discontinued because of this issue and a bunch of other crazy things they were doing. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Just for the record, they actually owed you money, right? You didn't do anything wrong. Is that
They
accurate?
did. They owed
Yeah,
me quite a lot of money.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make that clear. But obviously, a way to intimidate someone who is focusing on this issue we're discussing today, right?
Yes.
Now, we just got an order from a judge. The judge in the Southern District of New York said that no political appointees or special government employees can have access to information. 108,376 people can have access to information, but the people the President of the United States selects, the guy who was elected by 77 million people, he can't preliminary injunction against the defendants during the pendency of this from granting any political appointees, special government employees from any access to that information. I don't know about you, Mr. Schellenberg. I find that kind of troubling. 108,000 people can do it, at least one of them, Christmas Eve. We got a federal government employees working hard on Christmas Eve, probably remotely working, going after Mr. Taibbi. But the President of the United States can't have people go in and look and see if we can save some money for the taxpayers. He can't do that according to this judge. Think that makes sense, Mr. Schellenberger?
It doesn't. I mean, my understanding is that the president controls the executive branch and the executive branch
Article
agencies.
2, Section 1, very first sentence, executive power shall be vested in the president, in a president of the United States of America. First sentence. Yeah, but this judge says, no. We got to trust the bureau. This is the fundamental issue. You trust the unelected bureaucrats, I think with Mr. Tiffany and Mr. McClintock, or do you trust the guy who was elected by the people? And that's where I would rather put our trust in the people who they put in office to do these kind of things. Now, you mentioned earlier, I'm going to jump around here and try to get to all of you. Mr. Schellenberger, you mentioned that USAID, which has been in the news of late, spending taxpayer money on all kinds of stupid things, is also involved in the censorship effort. I want you to just elaborate on that a little bit, because this is going on as we speak. I want you to elaborate on that for the committee, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to understand that USAID viewed this very holistically. And it's important, if you look at the Hunter Biden laptop case, which is an extremely important case to understand, because the FBI was weaponized, then it weaponized the Aspen Institute to brainwash the entire media. It wasn't just that they censored it. It was that they changed the perception of the laptop. They created the perception that it was something other than what it obviously was. And that's what these guys are trying to do. These are called information operations. And USAID has been in the process of taking over so-called independent investigative journalism around the world. And at the same time, then training NGOs how to demand censorship. For example, Mr. Aaron's organization has been working to train organizations to so-called flag misinformation behind the scenes. By the way, it's one thing to criticize somebody publicly, which we should all be engaged in.
Yeah.
But this thing where you're skulking around,
We do that all the
and
time.
secretly, yeah, that's what open democracy is. This thing of going out and like secretly flagging information behind the scenes and demanding censorship, that's completely an abomination. That is not what
I just want to be clear.
democracy is about.
You're saying USAID, your investigation is now engaged in this pre-bunking kind of concept and process that they did with the laptop story in the fall of 2020.
And it's the exact same approach as well, where often what they're doing, for example, with USAID, OCCRP, is that they're leaking intelligence from the intelligence agencies and not like WikiLeaks, where they just dumped it, I think, probably too much without the proper redactions, but they're strategically leaking it and then manipulating places like The Guardian and the New York Times to publish certain stories and control the whole investigative news process.
And we saw this from Yoel Roth's testimony. He testified during these weekly meetings that federal law enforcement communicated to us there was going to be hack and leak operations before the presidential election, likely in October. We had these, so that what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and then they said here who it's going to involve, that there were rumors that the hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So they set them all up. And then Shazam, they set them all up because they had the laptop and they knew what was coming. And when it happens, everyone buys into what the 51 former intel officials say.
That's right.
Mr. Subramanian, I want to give you the last word. RFK, I just want you to, I appreciate the historical perspective you brought when you testified last Congress, but one of the statements that stuck with this last Congress was actually a statement made by RFK Jr. when he said, when you look at history, it is never the good guys who are for censorship. And that's what we're trying to keep in mind and stop it from both sides, from all sides. We want the First Amendment. I'll give you the last 30 seconds here to respond.
Absolutely. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, and when I was here the last time, I think it was a throwaway comment to a representative. It was not even part of my testimony. I don't think so. And I said, the values of Western civilization are worth fighting for, going back to the Enlightenment and the Reformation. That is what gave us free speech. That's what distinguishes us from the rest of the world. And the First Amendment in America distinguishes America from the rest of the world. I come from India originally. I live in Canada. I'm from Canada, but I've lived in India. I've lived in the Middle East. I've lived in places where just speaking your mind can send you to prison. You cannot criticize anything that goes against the government or certain religions for that matter. And when I came to the West, it was, refreshing to finally be able to express myself. And unfortunately, what I left behind has come to me in Canada, has followed me to Canada. And I'm seeing that happening in the United States. And it's very worrying because it's happened so quickly, and I don't know where this is going to lead us to.
Yeah, if we can't settle our disputes with debate, the alternative is frightening, and we never want to get there. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate from both sides. I mean, we want to embrace the First Amendment.
Hey, Mr. Philby.
Get stuck with this?
Huh? What's that?
How did you get stuck hosting?
Well, I have free Thursday, so I volunteered.
I see.
All right. I'm trying to get situated still, though. Bear with me.
So Hi, Michael. You gonna give me co-host?
Hang on a second. Yes, maybe. How about that?
Fine. How about you give it to Kelly instead?
Well, I'm trying to get Rose in here because we're going to go through Rose's thread. And Jen, maybe. I don't know. But I don't mind giving you co-host.
No, that's fine. Give it to Rose.
Well, let me get her in here. Y'all repost the space. You want me to put Whitey on the moon on?
I don't think Brett would like that.
Oh, it's fun.
Sure, why not?
Hi, Michael. Hi, Kelly.
Howdy ho.
Hello.
Hello. How is everyone?
Good.
You could have been rocking if I started the streams early and I put Adam's loop on that hard rock. So it seems like it sounded pretty good. And then I played the hearing just to get people ready. That the clip from Jim Jordan, the one that started Rose's thread. We're going to expose the true faces behind a censorship industrial complex.
Oh, that's awesome. I've been too busy to hear these hearings, so I was wondering what we were talking about today. That's awesome.
Yep, because Congress, DOD, and all of them, they're still trying to hide who's. They're still pointing the fingers at the wrong people. So.
Well, there's a lot of players.
Oh yeah.
All over the freaking place.
Yep. And I think they're trying to psyop.
Well, they're not going to get away with it.
No, if it's not up for us, yeah.
By the way, Cal, I am in all the chats, so if I can stick around for a while and help you with that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
And I'll go get the thread and
yeah, I put it in the back DM.
So I know everybody was watching Ian Carroll on Joe Rogan, but did anybody catch Alvin on Megyn Kelly?
I did. Did you?
Well, no, I saw your your chat.
So essentially she had a show with a different guest for most of the show, but then she pulled in Alvin for the last segment, and they talked about what's going on in Maine and how they tried to sneak that one agenda in on Thanksgiving Eve, I think it was. So he kind of explained how that all went down. And obviously that's a big topic for Megyn Kelly. She's really big in that. So it just I knew that she was big into that subject, but I didn't know that she had courage as a habit even on her radar. So when I got an alert on my phone, a notification for a short YouTube. And it was Alvin with Megyn Kelly, and I was just whoa, this is cool.
That's awesome. I'm going to be writing up an article based on her thread, and they're featuring that, the interview. So we'll just have that alone by itself. So that's going to be cool. I haven't seen it, but I'm looking forward to watching it.
So has anybody seen anything else on the eye syphilis?
Don't you start. Stop it. I'm shutting you down now. It goes off in wrong places when we start talking about eye syphilis, which is a real thing.
I just talked to a guy. He said he's only seen one case himself. Another doctor in his office saw one case a long time ago.
Well, I'll dig up the post where I had Grok explain what it was, and I'll share it in the Purple Pill.
There's 388 cases nationwide, according to Grok.
Well, they're all in Washington, D.C. and L.A., right?
These billboards are Baltimore and Chicago in Cleveland and at bus stops in DC. And I understand the AIDS epidemic is coming back.
Oh, they're probably going to blame it all on RFK, right?
No, the AIDS stuff is due to the shot because they used the AIDS virus in the mRNA shot.
What? How did I miss this? When did that come out?
It was all part of the scheme with Fauci. Fauci tried to have that AIDS shot back in the 80s, and this is Fauci's revenge.
This is just I couldn't handle it. That's it. I'm black-pilled today. I'm done.
Yeah, there are AIDS cases popping up all over the United States, and it's coming from the shot, the mRNA. I didn't get mRNA. I got Johnson & Johnson before they pulled it off the market.
I had to get Pfizer to see my mom. This is before I know what I know now, because they weren't letting anybody see if they were in assisted living and nursing homes. You couldn't see them.
They wouldn't even let me in the nursing home. They had it completely shut down.
Well, they did in the beginning. It was like, a couple months they completely shut down. And then they started opening up, but you had to prove that you had the shot in order to go in.
Some of the people were that went into the nursing home that my friend was at they were infected with the virus. So they called me up and wanted to know what I wanted to do with her because she was in there for rehab. I said, well, what am I supposed to do with her? She's just as safe in there as she is out here. You're going to keep her. She's got a Medicare bed.
Speaking of shots, I saw that there's like a big call to action with people protesting the vaccines for our cattle and our chickens and everything else. Anybody heard anything about that?
Yeah, I talked to Bree. Bree knows all about it. They've been trying to do that too. But I mean, they can't give it to too many chickens because they killed most of them.
They killed like 1 million. Called.
Again, it's like we always double down on stupid.
Yeah. So like when I learned that like what they do is like if one chicken in the whole freaking herd gets sick, they kill them all.
Instead of like
ridiculous.
Seeing which ones are resistant to it. And maybe let's breed that one. Or maybe that, how viruses act. You get a virus and then you get resistant to it. What a concept.
It's crazy. Not to mention like, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy.
It's like the theory of immunity has just been freaking, thrown out the window.
Right. I might hesitate to drink a raw egg, but like,
I mean, you're rolling the dice,
Yeah. I'm usually cooking my chicken.
I am like, if I actually cook the chicken, like, and have to handle it raw and stuff like that, I won't eat it.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
It's nasty. What's up, John?
There you go.
Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. I was listening to Space, and there was a scientist that was talking about the mRNA. The mRNA vaccine is already in pork. They are vaccinating pigs. They're vaccinating all kinds of seafood, including shrimp. And someone asked, well, how do you vaccinate shrimp? And the scientists said that they're in a controlled environment. The shrimp are, and the mRNA is in the water, and so it goes into the shrimp, and so not only are pigs dealing with mRNA, and I believe chickens are, but now seafood, and they've not gotten it to beef, but they're trying extremely hard to get it to beef, and that's just. I heard that today, and I was like, "Holy cow! This is just crazy."
We've got to roll back. Like, I mean, Biden went absolutely crazy with rule changing and putting out bad policy, and I mean, any little like criminal thing he could possibly do and get away with while he pooped his pants, he did. So, I mean, I think that a big portion of what President Trump has been trying to do for the last 6 weeks is just to unravel the, complete and total mess that he made. And I'd like to use a different word, but I'm not going to right now. So the putting stuff in our, like, in our meat is like, it's an attack. Like, I consider that to be another attack on us. And we have to just, I don't know what we do to stop these people from what they're doing, but I mean, I don't know. There's so many issues with the whole pork industry in China. And I mean, it's just a mess.
I do want to push back a little bit, Kim. Biden didn't really do much of anything himself. Like there was
all right. Well, yeah, he let his freaking, mongrels run wild, and they partied like they were, hyenas on spring break.
Yeah, Kyle Becker has a post out saying the House Oversight Project gathered every document they could find with Biden's signature on it over the course of his presidency. And other than the one where he dropped out of the race, they said every other one was signed with a auto pen signature. So, like, he wasn't even signing any documents the whole time he was there.
We had a puppet in office. I mean, we all knew it, right? But I mean, did you guys all see the letter that Andrew Bailey sent to Horowitz?
Which one was that?
Calling for him to investigate the Biden administration because clearly he was not cognitive enough to run the country, and that he wants to know who is, who was running the country, and if that was the case, then all of his executive orders and his anything that happened during that time is null and void.
I'll go look for it in a minute and I'll put it in the purple pill.
I think it was also Bailey, maybe today or maybe yesterday, found a bunch of federal money that's not legal in his state and put out a letter to Doge saying like, hey, Doge, you need to come investigate this and take your money back.
I want to figure out how to franchise Doge. Like, can we set up like a Doge training so that we can go into our own counties and do this shit?
We got to get those we got to get big balls to put out lesson plans or something.
Yes, the big balls lessons plan that could save America.
Any word on No Rose?
No Rose is no go.
No Rose.
I hope they didn't get her.
I guess you're stuck with me then.
We can still read the thread, right?
Yeah, I definitely listen. I'm going through the thing because I think that it's going to take some organization. Kind of. Rose gathers so much information; it's incredible, and sometimes it needs to be thinned out a little bit. Even though, I mean, they're just such complex ideas, right? Like that's what makes Ian so successful is that he's able to take these really complex ideas and put them into a tangible, like retainable story. So I have not read I think I read like the first part of it not too long ago, but it's been a while since I've done that. But I am down for doing that for sure. And then I think Jen's going to come in here and she wants to talk a little bit about what we were talking about earlier, Kelly.
Booyah.
Panama. All right, I'm going to get the thread on my iPad so that I can read it.
Okay, I'm posting it in the purple pill, and then I'll get it up in the Jumbotron nest thing, whatever. I call it different every time.
Kelly, have you done your breathing exercises today?
That's a personal question. I am not going to say for the people.
That's a no.
Now they'll all be after me, Chris. Stop it. It's like everybody asking me every space, have you done your breathing exercises? No, not today. My life has been devoted to American mission. That's my excuse.
You have permission to put American mission on hold. While you do that.
Oops.
All right, I got the thread pulled up. I put it down in the chat. Do I need to put it up in the nest?
Oh, well, I just posted it too as American Mission, so I could put it up in the nest.
Double trouble.
Yeah, and then you've got the original hearing clip. I put that in the DM group. From Jim Jordan.
So
this is the clip. It's the clip that it was being shared with. Well, Jim Jordan posted it. The clip. Elon Musk picked it up and he reposted it, and that's what Rose saw and said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa! You're not looking at the right people." Right?
Okay, so I'm going to go get the clip out of the DMs and I'll play that first, and then we'll go through the thread. How about that?
Right. That sounds great.
I love it that you have the timeline context. All right.
Oops. Thanks. You're welcome.
Maybe.
Mr. Taibbi, do you have any idea how many people work at the United States Department of Treasury?
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry.
108,376. And part of the Department of Treasury, of course, is the Internal Revenue Service. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, big part, frankly. Big part. Thousands of people work there, too. And on December 24th, 2022, one of those 108,376 employees at the Department of Treasury decided they were going to start an investigation into you. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that just happened to coincide with the day you did one of the Twitter files. I think one of the important ones. I think it might have been the second one, if I'm second or third, but one of those important Twitter files. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
And then a few months later, you're sitting in that same seat testifying in front of this committee. And the very time you're testifying, another one of those 108,376 people knock on your door. Unannounced visit to your home, which, by the way, they've discontinued because of this issue and a bunch of other crazy things they were doing. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Just for the record, they actually owed you money, right? You didn't do anything wrong. Is that
They
accurate?
did. They owed me quite a lot of money.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make that clear. But obviously, a way to intimidate someone who is focusing on this issue we're discussing today, right?
Yes.
Now, we just got an order from a judge. The judge in the Southern District of New York said that no political appointees or special government employees can have access to information. 108,376 people can have access to information, but the people the President of the United States selects, the guy who's elected by 77 million people, he can't preliminary injunction against the defendants during the pendency of this from granting any political appointees, special government employees from any access to that information. I don't know about you, Mr. Schellenberg. I find that kind of troubling. 108,000 people can do it, at least one of them, Christmas Eve. We got a federal government employees working hard on Christmas Eve, probably remotely working, going after Mr. Taibbi. But the President of the United States can't have people go in and look and see if we can save some money for the taxpayers. He can't do that according to this judge. Think that makes sense, Mr. Schellenberger?
It doesn't. I mean, my understanding is that the president controls the executive branch and the executive branch.
Article 2, Section 1, very first sentence. Executive power shall be vested in the president, in a president of the United States of America. First sentence.
Yep.
Yeah, but this judge says, no. We got to trust the bureau. This is the fundamental issue. Do you trust the unelected bureaucrats, I think it was Mr. Tiffany and Mr. McClintock, or do you trust the guy who was elected by the people? And that's where I would rather put our trust in the people who they put in office to do these kind of things. Now, you mentioned earlier, I'm going to jump around here and try to get to all of you, Mr. Schellenberger. You mentioned that USAID, which has been in the news of late, spending taxpayer money on all kinds of stupid things, is also involved in the censorship effort. I want you to just elaborate on that a little bit because this is going on as we speak. I want you to elaborate on that for the committee, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to understand that USAID viewed this very holistically. And it's important, if you look at the Hunter Biden laptop case, which is an extremely important case to understand, because the FBI was weaponized, then it weaponized the Aspen Institute to brainwash the entire media. It wasn't just that they censored it. It was that they changed the perception of the laptop. They created the perception that it was something other than what it obviously was. And that's what these guys are trying to do. These are called information operations. And USAID has been in the process of taking over so-called independent investigative journalism around the world. And at the same time, then training NGOs how to demand censorship. For example, Mr. Aaron's organization has been working to train organizations to so-called flag misinformation behind the scenes. By the way, it's one thing to criticize somebody publicly, which we should all be engaged in.
Yeah.
This thing where you're skulking around.
We do that all the time.
Secretly, yeah, that's what open democracy is. This thing of going out and like secretly flagging information behind the scenes and demanding censorship, that's completely an abomination. That is not what
I just want to be clear. You're saying USAID, your investigation is now engaged in this pre-bunking kind of concept and process that they did with the laptop story in the fall of 2020.
And it's the exact same approach as well, where often what they're doing, for example, with USAID, OCCRP, is that they're leaking intelligence from the intelligence agencies in a very, and not like WikiLeaks where they just dumped it, I think probably too much without the proper redactions, but they're strategically leaking it and then manipulating places like The Guardian and the New York Times to publish certain stories and control the whole investigative news process.
We saw this from Yoel Roth's testimony. He testified during these weekly meetings that they communicated, federal law enforcement communicated to us there was going to be hack and leak operations before the presidential election, likely in October. We had these, so that what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and then they said here who it's going to involve, that there were rumors that the hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So they set them all up. And then Sam, they set them all up because they had the laptop, they knew what was coming. And when it happens, everyone buys into what the 51 former intel officials say.
That's right.
Mr. Subramanian, I want to give you the last word. RFK, I just want you to appreciate the historical perspective you brought when you testified last Congress. But one of the statements that stuck with this last Congress was actually a statement made by RFK Jr. when he said, when you look at history, it is never the good guys who are for censorship. And that's what we're trying to keep in mind and stop it. From both sides, from all sides. We want the First Amendment. I'll give you the last 30 seconds here to.
Absolutely. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, and when I was here the last time, I think it was a throwaway comment to a representative. It was not even part of my testimony. I don't think so. And I said, the values of Western civilization are worth fighting for, going back to the Enlightenment and the Reformation. That is what gave us free speech. That's what distinguishes us from the rest of the world. And the First Amendment in America distinguishes America from the rest of the world. I come from India originally. I live in Canada. I'm from Canada, but I've lived in India. I've lived in the Middle East. I've lived in places where just speaking your mind can send you to prison. You cannot criticize anything that goes against the government or certain religions for that matter. And when I came to the West, it was, refreshing to finally be able to express myself. And unfortunately, what I left behind has come to me in Canada, has followed me to Canada. And I'm seeing that happening in the United States. And it's very worrying because it's happened so quickly. And I don't know where this is going to lead us to.
Yeah, if we can't settle our disputes with debate, the alternative is frightening, and we never want to get there. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate from both sides. I mean, we want to embrace the First Amendment.
I absolutely love
Mr. Titan.
So important. I mean, it like them doing the censorship is why we are in the situation that we're in now.
And she gives them no credit as her thread starts. It was kind of like a long letter to Elon.
I gotta go find it again.
It's up in the nest if you want to.
I know, but I can't get to the nest on my iPad.
Oh,
because it
sorry.
sucks.
Stupid.
All right. All right. So I've got it. Ooh, maybe. All right. I give no credit to this committee whatsoever. They covered for the government operations. The Commerce Committee ordering the takedown of the disinfo dozen. More next. So we've got our next video. I love it that her threads are videos like mine.
Yeah, so it's easy to play the video, right?
Yep.
Cool.
I have to get it back to the beginning.
500,000 Americans that you haven't taken these accounts down that are responsible for the preponderance of vaccine disinformation on your platforms. Will you all commit to taking these platforms down today, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Congressman, yes, we do have a policy against allowing vaccine disinformation.
Will you take the sites down today? You still have 12 people up on your site doing this. Will you take them down?
Congressman, I would need to look at and have our team look at the exact examples to make sure they violate the policies.
And
We
get
have
back
a
to
policy
us
in place.
tomorrow because those still exist. We found them as early as last night. Mr. Pachai, how about you?
We have removed over 850,000 videos, including
You
video.
still have people that are spreading disinformation on your platforms. There's about 12 super spreaders.
We have clear policies and we take down content. Some of the content is allowed if it's people's personal experiences, but we definitely.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dorsey, I see my time is getting expired. Mr. Dorsey, will you take these sites down? You got about 12 super spreaders. Will you take them down?
Yes, we remove everything against our policy.
Thank you. I see my time has expired. I will now yield to the ranking.
Biden, fiery State of the Union address.
All right. So then she goes on to say, I give no credit because they hid the cyber solarium censorship operation for elections and COVID.
That guy that was talking, do you know who he was?
I saw, I think did they say senator or representative?
I couldn't, I didn't see it. I didn't see his name up on the screen. Okay, it's okay.
Recommendations.
Go ahead.
All right.
Was related very specifically recommendations in our original report when the staff turned to the pandemic white paper. The challenge was a little bit more focused on the COVID disinformation issue. So at the time, a lot of the disinformation was related very specifically to things like the origins of the virus and its pathology. In the current context, it's a little bit more focused on things like vaccines and their safety and but the COVID-19 related disinformation challenge, I think, remains pressing. And so in service of this challenge, we recommended two things. One is we asked for the creation of the Social Media Data and Threat Analysis Center. And we also asked for help to increase non-governmental capacity to identify and counter foreign disinformation campaigns. So taking the first one with the Social Media and Data Threat Analysis Center, DTAC is the acronym. This is an entity that was authorized by the fiscal year 20 National Defense Authorization Act, and it would take the form of an organization under the Office of the Director of National Intelligence that would facilitate the sharing of information and help conduct research on influence operations. And it would do so by convening social media companies and third-party researchers and helping develop processes to share information from government entities to social media companies and also to share social media data with researchers. Some of this would be intended for a very public-facing thing. It would have a searchable archive of information about ongoing disinformation campaigns and threats, and the intention is that it would publish regular reports available to the public about some of these ongoing campaigns and trends that we're seeing in these campaigns. So the fiscal year 21 Intelligence Authorization Act said the ODNI needs to go establish this. So it changed the law from a may to a shall, in that instead of just saying, ODNI can go do this if they feel the need, they really need to go do this. And we're really hoping to see progress on that soon. But at the time it was still a may. And so we said okay, please, we would really like it if you went and did this, and we think it would help make progress. And then the second sort of recommendation that we made in this white paper was about increasing non-governmental capacity. So there's a huge ecosystem out there of think tanks, nonprofits, and for-profit organizations that identify, track, and analyze ongoing disinformation campaigns. So ones that immediately come to mind are organizations like the Digital Forensics Research Lab at the Atlantic Council, the Internet Observatory at Stanford, Graphica, Alethea Group. There's, sort of a whole ecosystem out there, like I said, of folks that are working on this issue and who have developed really robust open source intelligence capabilities. And in some cases, take the data that the platform platforms publish and make available related to their enforcement action against influence operations to help generate a more robust public understanding of what's going on. And we really wanted to ensure that the great work that they're doing to inform the public and build a better understanding can be scaled. And so we recommended the provision of federal grants to support these non-governmental organizations. So those give you an idea of the recommendations that we made that very explicitly relate to disinformation. And I'll turn it back over to Rob now to talk about how some of the cyber-related recommendations we made can be thought about in a disinformation context.
And she's from Cyber Solarium. So one point she's making, right, is that these are people that need to be called on the carpet, and they're not calling these people on the carpet, right?
The super spreaders.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and she's basically talking about the how the infrastructure of how they're going to set up this entire apparatus to censor. And did you hear what she said there about like basically scraping the data and then, putting it together into like a model so that they can control us even more.
Right.
So she says, I give no credit because Cyber Solarium is still operating with FDD, Oasis Open, NATO, and using disarm to pressure policy and censorship. This project governing board sets overall strategic direction of the DAD CDM project and formally approves released work products. PGB members include representatives of DAD CDM sponsor organizations and representatives from the community at large who serve on the technical steering committee. PGB co-chairs Max Lesser, FDD, and Daniel Diebler, Marvelous. So then she's like listing out all these different people who are a part of the PGB, the project governing board. You got Daniel Diebler, Robbie Luna, Quentin Denigo, Rachel Gilman, Victorus Dawkins, Duxus, Max Lesser, and Charles Smith. And companies like Marvelous, Aerotech, Storyz, Disinformation Index, Inc., Debunk EU, VSI, Foundation of Defense of Democracy, and Johns Hopkins University.
I think you skipped, Kim, you skipped one. Before this tweet, the second tweet about the Cyber Solarium, if you go up, she was saying, I give no credit because they conspired within the elections in 2020. Do you see that?
No. I give no credit because they hid the Cyber Solarium censorship operation for elections and COVID. And then the next one I have is I give no credit because Cyber Solarium is still operating.
Yeah, there's another one in there in a thread.
Do I need to click on the actual thread? Okay, yeah. Let's see. Okay. No, I still don't see it. Huh.
Yeah,
well, will you read it then?
Okay. It says, which I can't. Okay. Hold on, I got to move my phone. I give no credit because they conspired within the elections of 2020 to censor Americans, deeming it misinfo, with the approval of the FEC and Mark Warner. And she shared a X post. In September 2019, Mark Warner, former HHS Michael Chertoff, presented dangers to democracy regarding digital misinformation. The symposium, hosted by the Federal Election Commission Chair, Ellen Weintraub, PEN America, and Stanford Cyber Policy Center's Global Digital Policy. What was presented was the clear outline for the censorship of the 2020 election. And that's a whole different other thread that she gets into. So, and then the next one was what you just read.
Yeah, see, I have that one after the one that I was reading with the names and stuff. But I didn't read that other piece of that, which it says, to join in the conversation and contribute to the project. The project was proposed to Oasis by the Disarm Foundation. The Disarm Foundation collaborated with Oasis and several of its partners to craft a project charter. Oasis then reached out to organizations they thought might be interested in sponsoring the project financially. Representatives from these sponsors then formed a project governance board for the project. The PGB has been meeting to decide how the project will be managed and administered and to draft a charter for the project. For the project's technical steering committee, the PGB will invite qualified individuals in the counter for misinformation. Oh my gosh, this is just crazy. All right, so you read that, and then so do I need to go into the key players, or did you do that?
I just read the beginning of that other tweet, and I appreciate you're invited to co-host, but I'm also working the stream and bringing up the thread, so I can't do both. I'm sorry.
And yeah, shout out to Kelly. So we are streaming to a Rumble and Pill.net and Kick.com, QUX, YouTube, and the X broadcast. And Kelly has all of this that they're reading up on screen for everybody to follow along if they'd like to.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that.
And yeah, Kelly, we don't want her to get overtaxed.
Now I'm going to get confused because now I'm kind of lost in which one we're on, and I just pulled up the.
Well, I'm going to read the one that's right underneath the one you read about the 2020 stuff, and I'm going to read that and then play the video.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So all of the key players set in motion the election integrity project that deleted, fact-checked, and removed social media posts they deemed disinfo. Eileen Donahoe of Stanford Cyber Policy led the meeting later.
To help resolve.
Later, Stanford
There's
would
no
be implicated in the Twitter files and House
combating
hearings.
Disinformation. And the bottom line is this is an all hands on obvious lever resolve. Tension, we're just
help resolve. There's no single obvious lever
and the bottom
combating
line
disinformation.
Here to help
and the
resolve.
bottom line is
There's
this
no
is an all hands on deck moment,
lever
and we need a
for combating
comprehensive society-wide approach.
And the bottom line is this is an all hands on
Our
deck
hope
moment,
for today is to flesh out some non-regulatory solutions, assess some of the tools that are already being utilized by global stakeholders, and facilitate greater cross-sector coordination.
Short presentations
but probably
and look at
most
how
importantly, bring the public into this
short
conversation and help build civic resilience to disinformation, which goes to the comment made at the end of the last segment about the importance of media literacy.
To
this opening session, our goal here is to place the U.S. election integrity challenge in a global frame, to see how the U.S. election threat is one very important data point in a much larger global trend.
And we'll talk about a range
we have an embarrassment of riches in terms of our speakers, and they'll each do short presentations and look at how digital technology is being exploited globally. We'll hear about some brain science behind how humans process disinformation. And we'll talk about a range of counter-disinformation tools that have been tried around the world and assess what may be transferable to the U.S.
on election integrity.
I'm going to briefly introduce our speakers.
We have Lisa Fazio,
starting with the Honorable Michael Chertoff, former Secretary of Homeland Security, who now co-chairs with Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former Prime Minister of Denmark, the Transatlantic Commission on Election Integrity, which I am honored to be a member.
She leads their work.
We have Lisa Fazio, Assistant Professor at Vanderbilt University, who conducts research on how people process fraudulent information and people's perception of truthfulness. Camille Francois is Chief Innovation Officer at Graphica. She leads their work to detect and mitigate disinformation and media manipulation.
Is now a distinguished
Clement
fellow
Wolf,
at the Annenberg Public
Google's
Policy
Global
Center.
Public Policy Lead on information integrity, and he
Working
advises
group
on product
content
engineering,
moderation
trust and
online
safety teams at
freedom of
Google and
expression,
YouTube.
of which both Michael, Camille,
Susan
and I
Ness,
are all
former
participating.
FCC
And last but not
commissioner,
least,
is
Nate
now
Miller
a
is
distinguished
legal
fellow at the
director for
Annenberg Public
Avaaz,
Policy Center.
He's going to speak about
chairs the Transatlantic High-Level
campaign ahead of the
Working Group on Content Moderation Online
European
and Freedom of
parliamentary
Expression,
elections.
of which both Michael, Camille, and I are all
Tension, we're here to
participating.
help resolve.
And last but not least, Nate Miller is legal director for Avaz.
European parliamentary
He's going to speak
elections.
about Avaz's counter-disinformation campaign ahead of the 2019 European parliamentary elections.
Talking about. All right, so it says, so then we're going to go through all of the people that she just introduced. The first one is Michael Chertoff, former HHS and deep state insider who sits on the board of many democracy orgs, stated his concern about post-election disinfo, which leads right into the now familiar phrase, election deniers. The uncanny outlay of this issue is disturbing. All right.
Chertoff was the second director of Homeland Security.
All right, here we go.
Disinformation to affect the election. And I don't know that I am as concerned about efforts to tip people from one candidate to another as much as I am about efforts to suppress voters who want to support one candidate and encourage voters who support another candidate. But here's an even more challenging question. What happens after the election if there's a disinformation campaign? Let's say it's a close call, and let's say there's disputes. I mean, take your mind back to 2000 with the Bush core campaign. Now imagine that occurred again or something similar, and you then had a concerted effort to drive disputes and disbelief about the outcome of the election. That could affect not only the public's confidence in the outcome, but it could actually operationally affect the ability of the U.S. government to function over a period of months, which of course would be a wonderful gift to our adversaries. So we need to start thinking now about what are the ways in which you can validate and adjudicate the accuracy of election results so we don't have 2000 on steroids. Thank you.
Oh, so it's all to, prevent 2000 again. All right, so the next one, it says the discussion of repetitive and solidifying belief is discussed by Lisa Fazio of Vanderbilt U. This is indeed the PSYOP that has battered us with their disinformation campaigns through 2020 and COVID-19.
A sentence. That increases that fluency or processing ease is repetition. So the more times something is repeated, the more likely we are to think that it's true. Like I said, hundreds of research studies have shown that repeated facts are thought to be more true than things you've only heard once. And in fact, this happens even when you have prior knowledge. So we've done a few studies looking at even among people who know that the Cyclops is the legendary one-eyed giant in Greek mythology, if they read this sentence twice, that the Minotaur is the legendary one-eyed giant in Greek mythology, they think it's more likely to be true than if they've only heard it once. So that repetition is increasing your belief in these false statements, even when you have the prior knowledge. People have also done research on this using typical false news headlines. So pro and anti-Trump and Clinton, fake news. When you repeat it, people think it's more true. Most interesting to me, this happens irregardless of their political belief. So whether the statement matches or goes against your actual political beliefs, you still think that it increases in truth with repetition. So why does this happen?
All right. I think that was the end of that one. I'm trying to get my speaker to work. Can you guys hear it okay?
I can. Sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, sounds a lot better than me.
All right. So then she says, graphics, I think that was supposed to be Graphica. The agency linked to surveillance of social media posts. Camille Lefrancois admits that cross communication between government, platform, and data scrapers is in this tale of 2018 campaign being flagged. So, and see, that's what I was just talking about, right? Like they were talking about how they were scraping the data and then modeling it out and then gaming it.
This is so complex, and the web just keeps going, right? And then you go on these committees and they're just on the surface level. They need people like Rose in there.
Exactly. And I think that we're starting to see that. We're seeing people getting tapped, people that we know who've been digging in on this stuff. But it makes me think, first of all, this issue, like it is the root of all of our problems. And it makes me so mad. Like, who are you to decide what I see and don't see? Like, you are not my parent. You are not my babysitter. You are nothing but a government employee who, quite frankly, has not been doing their job because they're spending too much time doing this shit.
Yeah, I mean, it was our intelligence agencies, I believe, they turned what they did outward, inward, and we're not going to stand for it. So it is complicated, though. It's complicated as hell.
Well, because, Data Republicans said it the other day. They made a government within our government that we couldn't touch. They had a hierarchy and everything. And they had the power of the United States government. Like, they had it at their fingertips. Short of having the football, they had pretty much everything else. They've got freaking bio labs. They've got freaking pipelines. They've got, they can fire up a riot like this, or they're mostly peaceful protests. They are responsible for the $2 billion worth of damage that they did throughout our cities.
100%. And all over the world. Yep.
And the thing is, some of these people are still in there. It's going to take a while to get them all out, right? But then you've got the courts fighting you when Trump does something and negating what he's trying to do, right?
The thing about it is that the 118th Congress had this information. The 119th Congress has this information. This administration has the information. And, Doge is wonderful. I'm so happy with that. But we need to see some accountability, or people are going to lose their minds. I don't know about you guys, but if somebody doesn't freaking get a perp walk here soon, I'm going to blow a gasket.
Well, 100%. And I think we need to pass laws because, Trump's executive order is great, but, we need to make sure this never can happen again.
We don't necessarily need to pass laws. We need to repeal laws, and we need to enforce our laws. That we don't need more laws.
Okay, you're right. Freedom of speech should be held up.
Yes.
Regardless. Yes.
Yes, they should be protecting our rights. That's their job, to protect our rights. That's it. They're not there to protect us. They're there to protect our rights.
They're there to spend your money. You know that.
At whorehouses.
And it's our rights being protected from the government. And it's the government, the government is not going to protect itself. It's it's bad.
Well, Mike, I think that it's important that we think about, we're not going to see any perp walks until maybe the summertime.
Ugh, why? Can't we get a St. Patty's Day treat?
Don't they? Have you never heard of this thing called building a case?
How long? They've been building these cases for years.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. It might be breaking news. It might not be. But Josh Dunlap put out that breaking, American Senator Lindsey Graham is accused of having sex with gay sex workers. Thoughts? I'd say we already knew.
Does he have eye syphilis?
Right. I heard you guys going on about that eye syphilis.
And I did, by the way, find my post that I did for eye syphilis. And I actually said American Mission. So it's in a purple pill if you want to learn about eye syphilis. And Pure Blood has his hand up or her hand up. Who knows?
Go ahead, Pure Blood. I don't think that eye syphilis was all you bargained for, huh?
I guess they dropped down.
Maybe a connection issue. I see them up. I don't know.
Do you see your stand up?
No, so he came off mic and then dropped down. Oh well. Come back up if you want to talk. All right, here we go.
Technologies are being developed, and there is a lot of gray area. I'll give you a specific example in the midterms in 2018, where we saw a candidates campaign, which suddenly was pushed by a lot of accounts who were saying the exact same thing at the exact same time. That created massive chaos in Silicon Valley. Everyone came to us saying, oh my God, look, this candidate must have hired a troll farm, or maybe he has hired bots, but something's wrong. This is disinformation. We need to take it down. In reality, what the candidate had done is they had built an app, and their supporters had downloaded the app and had granted access to the app to their own social media account and had agreed to participate into this one push campaign. They had willingly both downloaded the app and granted access, and this was all part of something they had agreed to. That gave Silicon Valley a pause, saying, oh, what do we do with that? Is that okay? Is that coordinated inauthentic behavior, or is that exactly how people are going to be campaigning today? I think because of our lack of serious dialogue on what we're willing to accept on social media or not, we're going to face an increasing amount of gray area situations like that as we head towards 2020. So similarly to Michael, I would really encourage a serious conversation with candidates, with parties, with PR firms on what is an acceptable practice on social media, what borders on disinformation, and what's simply a modern and creative use of digital tools for campaigning. I think without that, we're bound to have a very complex and difficult conversation that's not going to help trust in our institutions.
Into any of these points, of course,
So
during
Google's
the Q&A.
global cyber policy, Clement Wolf, note the international involvement here, outlines the key ways that monitor and control info across results, visibility, and promotion.
Of these points, of course, during the Q&A. So in terms of how we approach these issues at the company level, we have three major types of approach we try to deploy across our products that are in addition, of course, to collaborating with others in industry and with educators on media literacy and with newsrooms to elevate quality journalism, but specifically to our products. The first way we try to address this challenge is by designing a system so that they make quality count. And by this, we mean that they try to form at the algorithmic level an understanding of what sources are authoritative on an issue and then elevating those in response to user searches or over the course of their browsing experience. Now that's a challenging endeavor for a lot of reasons, but that's also, it turns out, what our services were built on to begin with. So we have, even though we don't have a perfect answer, we have to keep innovating. To give you a sense of the scope, we Google Search, for instance, made more than 3,200 improvements last year, so it's not a done deal. This is something we have been working on for quite some time. The flip side of that is, of course, when it comes to elevating high quality content, that's one angle, but we also try to understand, especially for our recommendation systems, what constitutes content that is most likely to be harmful and misinformative and not to severely reduce the spread of content in our recommendations on YouTube, as we announced in January last year. So that's making quality count. Then, of course, there's just trying to understand what kinds of tactics and behaviors are malicious actors going to use to try to deceive our systems and to game them. And so to that end, we have had for quite some time now for all of our platforms, content policies, community guidelines, rule of the road, that provide a sense of what's permitted and what's not, and systems automated and human teams trying to catch actors, content creators who would try to infringe upon those policies. Where it matters is because those policies ban behaviors like the kinds of behavior you would use if you were a malicious actor and you had created a piece of content that you think you really want to propagate very, very fast, and you would try to game our systems to do that, which is, it turns out, the kind of inauthentic activity that some of our panelists were referring to. So thwarting these inauthentic forms of propagation is definitely top of mind for us, and we have invested significantly in that regard over the past years. We also have policies about specific tactics that are harder to catch algorithmically, but we still invest a lot of research into and have teams looking at, such as impersonation or misrepresentation. For instance, it is not okay to misrepresent your ownership or primary purpose on Google News, or to impersonate another channel on YouTube. So that's the second layer. Thwarting malicious actors. The third layer, quickly, is trying to provide context to our users insofar as we can and as often as possible, by providing them at the right time in their user journey, in their navigation, with the information that will help them build their own minds about what they are looking for. Those things are things like knowledge panels or information panels on Google and YouTube. You would see these right-hand panels on Google and the information panels on YouTube that would show you, for instance, whether a broadcast channel is state-funded. You would see those with top news or breaking news shelves on YouTube. And we also have ways to provide you context by providing you more perspectives or more holistic view on an issue. For instance, a full coverage function in Google News that lets you, on one tab, see all we have on an issue, sometimes even a timeline, in a way that's non-personalized and explores sort of all of the facets that we have available to show you. So those are the three ways we try to sort of counteract the efforts of malicious actors on our products. It's always a work in progress. We certainly double down on these efforts when we know that there are challenging moments coming ahead, like elections and other types of similar events, where we know that we are likely to see more attacks or more efforts to thwart our systems. Moving on to the emerging challenges part of this conversation very quickly. It's been interesting to observe over the past few years, and as we have seen variations of these challenges come up in numerous countries around the world, how much the local specificities of each society in which we operate matter in this space. A very simple example is the notion that in many places around the world, group messaging apps are a significant part of information discovery for the populations of the country in ways that are way more pronounced than here in the United States. And that changes quite significantly the tactics and the vectors of attack for malicious actors. That still means they will try to get to our platforms, but they might do this at a different point in the process or with different goals, different tools, and we have to be mindful of that as we expand into each new country we operate in, and we sort of try to stay ahead of their goals. So it doesn't mean we have to start from scratch every time, but it does mean we have to be mindful that it can't be an exact cut and paste. The last thing I will say, I'm sorry, I don't have the time, is beyond those two, the specific trend about local specificities, there are two other, a lot others, but 2 points I want to flag for this group that are top of mind for us. One is there is certainly a rise in at least concerns around manipulated media, whether those are AI generated or otherwise, and that's not a new challenge for us. YouTube has seen from its very early days individuals manipulating the content of videos by editing them, splicing them, and so on to deceive users. It's certainly something we are mindful of as a set of tactics because it's quite cost-effective for the malicious actors who use them, and it can have quite some traction. So we do have developed policies around those to make sure we can thwart them, and we have systems trying to catch those, but it's top of mind for us as a rising threat. The other one is as large platforms develop more friction for the operations of nefarious actors, there might be an incentive for them to try and develop their own spaces, apps, fora, social media, in which they can reach perhaps a smaller audience, but can reach scale faster and with less friction, and then try to come back to larger platforms. That's certainly not something I would say we have observed widely at this point, but it's just an example of the many ways we try to see, okay, what could they do next? And how do we stay ahead of that? And the answer here, of course, is monitoring and trying to stay ahead of threat actors by looking at what they do and trying to understand how it may impact our systems. I'll stop here, but I'm happy to come back to any of this.
So 2 points.
I don't like him. All right, let's try and see if Pure Blood can talk this time.
Yeah, sorry about that. I lost signal just as you brought me up and handed me the mic. So I appreciate the patience and the second try. I had a couple thoughts just from a legislative point of view. I don't think we need more laws. I think we need fewer laws, and we actually need to follow the laws that we have in place before we start making new ones.
Amen.
From a I don't know any of you, but I agree with what everybody's saying so far. So this is a really fun space for me. Where I live, the legislative body will write half of a law and spend money for that, and then won't complete the cycle, won't finish, come full circle with the next legislative continued resolution, and that to me is a problem. As far as censorship goes, censorship is an art, just like propaganda has become an art. What we see now is optics are more important than reality, and so the powers that be censor what they want for optics more than truth. And to me, that's a problem.
What we see now
when was
is
the
a
last
double
time?
down on stupid.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when was the last time you guys watched the first season of The House of Cards? Because all of that in Washington, D.C. is a reality.
It
So,
is. And people are getting
yeah.
pushed in front of trains.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, all of that's coming out. I really liked what you had to say where you're looking for a perp walk. What I keep going over and over in my mind is the quote from National Treasure, where the FBI agent looks at Nicolas Cage and says, "Somebody's got to go to jail, Ben." And I'll land my plane there.
It is my motto. I love it. Somebody's got to go to jail. All right.
Well, he's in the right spot.
Right?
He's like, welcome, Pure Blood.
Well, and if you put in all of this, the Epstein stuff and the blackmail, I mean, this was sort of they could use the infrastructure of this censorship stuff to help cover up so they could blackmail. I mean, this ties right into all of that. And again, if we think about, what's been said lately about who is being protected, it makes sense. Don't get your lasers all worked up, Craig.
Well, the one thing that I'm thinking is that the COVID thing, which I think was a pandemic, had a backlash effect because suddenly parents were seeing what they were getting, their kids were being indoctrinated with in schools. And wait a second, they are shoving propaganda down these kids' minds, trying to create a whole generation of these walking, talking commie bastards, and also all this the sexual deviancy and all that kind of stuff. When the school, if they were just teaching math and English and whatever history was popular at the time, because that history keeps getting bent. That's why they really want to get rid of books, because if it's digital, you can just change it at a whim. But none of us would have known what was going on with our children. It was because of online teaching that parents became aware of stuff, because it had been going on probably a lot longer than we know. But COVID, which I think was used, they thought, to benefit them, backfired big time on them. Just a thought.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I remember my son, he was in 3rd grade and we were on the road because we had a camper or have a camper. And so we figured, hey, we're going to take this 9-week period and, go see family. And he would do his school in the living room of our camper. And of course, we were traveling to other time zones, so he had to get up super duper early. And I remember getting up and like he's like well into his lessons with his math teacher, and she's sitting there talking about, never been married, just can't find the right guy, and blah blah. And I'm like, these are freaking 8-year-olds that you're talking to right now. What are you doing?
This isn't your therapy session, for God's sake.
It was so inappropriate.
Well, think about it. The people going to these very lefty colleges are coming out ready to program the next generation. So it's like you either need to have a much older teacher that hasn't been completely brainwashed, because the ones fresh out of college were all filled with all this propaganda, basically. So it's like, how do we reset that? How do we get teachers that will actually teach kids to think, critical thinking, and learn math and science and all those nice things?
Well, we've got some good institutions that have a curriculum already ready to go to roll out. It's just, I think that, Trump unlocking and dismantling the federal, Department of Education is going to allow and alleviate some of the stuff that the states can do. And I think that, a PragerU or a Hillsdale, these places have things that have both the founding documents as well as the biblical twist, so it's providing sort of that whole education around proper civics.
Yeah, and that's super important because we want patriots. We don't want commies and sexual deviants being developed.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's so many like low hanging fruits that we can, eradicate immediately. That doesn't need a replacement or anything like that. But I mean, the porn books has got to go. There's no reason for that stuff to be in school. There shouldn't be anything worse than Judy Blume in there forever. I mean, that book had one sex scene in it, and pretty much all the kids in my school read it time and time again. That's how it should be. There should be like one sneaky little sex thing you can giggle about. Not like,
for me,
not books where they sleep with the dad so that they can get free
that
weed.
out of there too.
What?
Get that out of there too. That's where it starts. You let a little inkling in, and then all of a sudden,
It was. I mean, there wasn't any like details. It just
if it's sexual. It shouldn't. No.
I'll show you something.
Other than sex ed,
it was a big deal.
But like 8, 9
Yeah.
sex ed, like not this bull crap.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, Judy Blume.
It was a big deal when I was in college, and I went to a community college at first, and the whole county, this is Long Island, and they were teaching human sexuality, and the whole county, and it became a national story, was up in a huge uproar. And these are college-age kids. And people were like going, what are you doing? This is disgusting, blah, blah, blah. And now they're doing that in elementary schools. I mean, but this was college-age students. I mean, so there's a difference, hopefully. And it was like they were talking all explicit sexual stuff in this classroom. And it really got national attention. I mean, this is about 40 years ago because I'm old, but it was huge. I mean, and now the fact they'll have this in an elementary school, a 4th grader, they'll be discussing these things, and their brains are they're not developed enough to even understand what's being talked about. So it's, and then they're not telling the parents that they're doing this. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like the whole transgender thing, which I think is completely make-believe science, because you can get all the cosmetic surgery in the world and it's not going to change your gender. But they can do this without parental consent, which makes it even more horrible, I think.
For me, hospitals and education schools are the same. They're institutions that have failed. And that to me is what MAGA means. It means, we're starting with the government and we're jailbreaking how bureaucrats run our country, and we're getting them out, we're running them out of town. And the same thing needs to happen to our institutions. It needs to happen K through 12 all the way to the college level. And the hospitals are the same. They've been taken over by bureaucrats on every level, and all of them need to go because they're ghosts in the shell of their former selves with zero foundation.
Can I ask everybody to reshare or repost the space? I don't know if we're getting shadow banned, but there's something going on. And Michael said he was having problems even just finding our space. So if you could, appreciate it. Somebody's mad at us.
Guys, I need like 3 minutes. So can you talk amongst yourselves?
Hello, selves. How are we doing?
That's kind of like work, isn't it? I mean, what do we got? Like 12 people in here?
Yeah, usually this space goes a lot bigger. The number of people.
Reposted it.
Topic to iSyphilis and see what we get.
Well, I just got a message from somebody that remember the Phenom auctions that we were doing for her.
Yeah.
I won. Somebody just contacted me and said that I was helping out with Phenom's auction. Somebody said that you had a bid on Jake the Shaman's console. I don't recall that, but and I won with Jake the Shaman a consultation. I don't know what he's gonna consult me on, but
that's hilarious.
That's I'm friends with him, so I mean, like on X, like he follows me, I follow him back. It was back when I heard that he was jailed and he was demanding organic food. I'm like, dude, you're like my spirit animal, like he's like, he really liked that, and he followed me back. And it's just funny that I get contacted now about that.
Well, you're going to get a set of horns with that.
Well, a horn? Oh, that's pretty cool. What is it? The beaver hat or whatever, the raccoon hat?
Remember the big set of horns he wore?
Yeah, he's like a Viking.
But yeah, you're gonna. I mean, when you become a member of the club, you'll get your set of horns.
Does this mean I get to go to Valhalla? That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah. That was like a year ago.
Not Valhalla, just Nancy Pelosi's office.
Well, you should have a space on Saturday with him as a consultant.
All right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like maybe instead of a consultation, just come do a space with me.
He can
Let's talk about J6.
He can consult everybody.
Yeah.
Group therapy.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
The Swami Shami.
You want to bring up Chris about justice for baby?
Yeah. We got a deer up in Pennsylvania, in Michael's neck of the woods, that has been kidnapped by the Pennsylvania Game Commission off of a piece of private property where this deer was nursed back to health after it was abandoned by its mother, and living on a property that had 16 acres and free to roam that property and the adjacent neighborhood. And these people took the deer in, they took it to the vet, they got it fixed up, they fed it, released it into the environment. And, they had originally tried to go to, wildlife rehabs. And they even called the Pennsylvania Game Commission to see what, could be done about this poor deer that had been abandoned by its mother. And none of the wildlife rehabs would take it in. And the Pennsylvania Game Commission said they would take it, but they would put it down. So they said, well, we're not doing that. So they saved this deer and they nursed it back to health and put it out into their 16-acre backyard. And suddenly, 2 years later, the Pennsylvania Game Commission appears, says they have a complaint about an aggressive deer in the road, and proceed to capture this deer and haul it off in apparently a not so nice manner. And so then they charged the two people who had raised the deer and were allowing it to stay on their property with a whole bunch of ridiculous stuff. And they got arrested and all this. And so today they went to court, and the apparently the state's attorney decided that the Pennsylvania Game Commission was out of their minds and dismissed all the charges. And so they don't have any charges, but the deer is still being held in the custody of the Pennsylvania Game Commission. So there's been this huge push for a little while to try to get this deer released.
Are we going to have another peanut on our hands?
Well, they have not said they're gonna put the deer down. It's a male deer. I don't think it's been neutered or anything, but when vets get a hold of an opportunity to have surgery, they'll do whatever they can. But I don't recall hearing about that. But anyway, this is a very avid group that's trying to get this deer back, and so we helped them out by putting a press release out today, and hopefully it puts some pressure on the people in Pennsylvania.
See, this is the problem. We have too many whiny Karen babies. Like people, I'm going to call the wildlife, blah, 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 and, because they're aggressive deer. What is an aggressive deer?
700,000 deer that get, in the herd, 750,000 deer in the herd in Pennsylvania.
But it's their deer that's the one that's being aggressive, huh?
And so, every November on Deer Day, when the whole state closes down to go massacre deer, nobody gives a rat's ass. Game Commission is not out there doing anything because they got so many people that are hunting deer with shotguns and rifles and bow and arrows and pistols or whatever. I mean, it's not hard to find a deer in Pennsylvania. They're every place.
Get rid of them. They're everywhere.
And so
they eat our gardens.
They got this pet deer, and they waste the time and the money of the Pennsylvania Game Commission, who could be out, trying to bust people on the Schuylkill River in Philadelphia for trying to fish in polluted waters. They go after this deer. I mean, they got nothing else to do. Nothing else to do.
That's a job.
They
that
have
should
other
probably
things
get
to do.
cut.
They just fucking too incompetent to do it.
Now the next thing they'll say is there's deer flu and it's jumping to people. Everybody has to get a vaccine.
Yeah, they have this game that they can play with both of their thumbs, and it's called Switch. And maybe they should be doing that.
Well, they've been vaccinating our wildlife, so they've already started doing that. It's this there's this company called Zeitgeist, I believe, is what it is. Zeitgeist or something like that.
What?
Yeah, there's an organization. It starts with, I think it's ZEISS or something like that. But they are like shooting up wildlife with the mRNA, or that's what I read. Now, whether or not that's true or not, that gets back to this misinformation, disinformation stuff. It's like, what do you believe and not believe anymore? Because there's so much that they have, they leak a little bit, so that it could be plausible, and then they will leak something that's not right, so that you lose credibility. But the deer have got this wasting disease, and they think that it's from this vaccination stuff. Oops. And going back to the censorship. So yes, we need to check in on, is the deer's name is Baby?
Yeah, I made a call to action in the mission today. So I gave up in the Jumbotron is a link to that section of the CTA and for information, and they have a GoFundMe. So it's Justice for Baby, and they're using the hashtags, which, by the way, what is the final deal about hashtags? I thought Elon and them said that if you put hashtags in there, it's going to decrease your reach, but then I still see them being used.
I don't use them anymore since that, pretty much.
Yeah, but the
thing about hashtags is it's nice because you can actually go and search on it, right?
Right.
So when you're gone, it's like you can't, I guess you can still search on the word.
Well, yeah, you could pull up some of your older posts.
All I do is just, I put whatever it was I was going to say with a hashtag. I just put it without a hashtag.
Yeah, pretty much.
I can play these games. Oh, but I did hear Elon say on maybe Joe Rogan the other day that he doesn't give a shit if you call it a tweet or a post. So he said, but a tweet is like, if you put a 2-hour-long movie out there, it's not a tweet, it's a post. I was like, okay, good. So we can say whatever we want. Not that we couldn't before, but.
No.
All right. So the last speaker is Nathan Miller from AVAS, which is a global disinformation check op working with European Parliament. They launched a military-style ELVES program in the Baltic with Facebook targeting groups and users. Partners include Correct the Record and... Oh, I can't read the rest of this.
I invited the woman from the deer to come in here.
Oh, okay.
I've got the rest of the post pulled up if you want me to read it.
Oh, yeah, read the rest of it, please.
Okay. So let me now back up. They launched a military-style ELVES program in the Baltic with Facebook targeting groups and users. Partners include Correct the Record and led disinformation teams for the European elections. And this guy highlights their work and how to implement it here for 2020.
Of expression.
and ways that we can combat disinformation. And I'm going to talk about that in the context of some of the work that Avaz did in Europe in advance of the elections for the European Parliament. Briefly, for those of you who don't know us, Avaz is a global civic advocacy organization. We have 53 million members from every country in the world. We are exclusively funded by those members. And the members take a very active role in helping us to decide what issues we work on and what campaigns we launch. And our members are deeply concerned about the threat that disinformation poses to our democracy, to the extent that they funded a large program that we launched in Europe, the European Elves, to combat the trolls. And I'm not going to... So our team of elves, and I won't belabor the point, but we looked at disinformation. We discovered disinformation networks in just 6 European countries, reported our findings to Facebook. Facebook took action, not on everything that we reported, but of the posts and groups and pages that Facebook took action on. We estimate that those posts, pages, and groups reached approximately 750 million views just in the 3 months leading up to the European elections. And I want to pull a couple of important things out of that. The first, of course, is that any reports you may have read about the demise of disinformation in the electoral context have been greatly exaggerated. Second, I just want to mention that there are ways, so this demonstrates that civil society can do detection and can do reporting. And there are ways to optimize that. The top one that I would say would be lines of reporting. It was difficult for us to get Facebook to take action in a time frame that was relevant to the upcoming European elections. We were able to do that because we have a certain measure of access. It's not a formal partnership, but we have relationships. And because we were able to bring a certain amount of pressure or the threat of pressure to bear, but that's too high a bar. There needs to be better and more open and easier methods for civil society to report disinformation that they found and to get that taken care of. But the most important thing that I want to pull out of this is that we don't know how many humans, we know how many views, we don't know how many humans, but however many tens or potentially hundreds of millions of people saw this toxic content, this hate speech, this disinformation, the vast majority of them still today, as we are sitting here, don't know that they were duped. And so when we talk about the erosion of faith in our democratic institutions, we're talking about individual members of our societies, and we're not currently doing enough to counteract the effects of disinformation that has already gotten out there. And the solution that I want to offer us today to start thinking about how to do that is correct the record. It starts from the very simple premise that of the tens or hundreds of millions of people who saw the disinformation content in Europe, really the only entities capable of reaching them and capable of letting them know that they were duped are the platforms themselves. And so correct the record is the very simple idea that once a piece of content has been verified as disinformation by independent fact checkers, then the platforms can and should let each person who has seen, liked, commented on, interacted with, shared that piece of content that it was disinformation, that it was false or misleading. This approach has a few advantages. First and foremost, it's not censorship. There's no ministry of truth. We're asking neither the private sector nor the government to determine what is true and what is false. There's no censorship. Correct the record adds the truth, but it actually leaves the lies alone. People are free to post and share whatever they like. It's just that the posting and sharing is going to be accompanied by a notation that this has been debunked by professional fact checkers. Another advantage is that it works. There's a significant amount of research out there that shows that exposure to corrections after exposure to disinformation causes people to stop believing the lies and start believing the truth in significant measure, even where disinformation is congruent with their ideological beliefs, and the correction is going to have to cause them to shift a little bit. And Avaz has actually been doing our own internal testing on Correct the Record with our members and have seen exceptional results between control groups and groups exposed to corrections. Also done qualitative research. And one of the things we found, picking up on something that my co-panelist Lisa said, is that just seeing a correction engages people's critical faculties, and they start to interrogate not only the original disinformation, but as we've discovered, they start to interrogate the correction itself as well, which is all to the good. Correct the Record has some challenges, certainly. One, some other folks up here have noted a significant amount of disinformation and election manipulation happens on private encrypted messaging services. And obviously it is very, very difficult. I won't say impossible, but very difficult to think of solutions that get on messaging service. And the other is that we would need to massively scale up the fact-checking sector in order to get enough people looking at enough content. What we have now are groups who will certainly tackle the highest value, most viral, most difficult pieces of disinformation that they find. I doubt they're particularly interested in, my crazy uncle's factual misstatements. So in conclusion, I want to say there is no silver bullet, as others said, it's actually already written, but this can be a major component of any approach to disinformation online and in the context of elections. Thank you.
God, it pisses me off so bad.
It's difficult to believe that they just can't respect the First Amendment. One person's misinformation is another person's truth. And, whether it's on social media or not, you're hearing crap come off of the podium at the White House that not currently, but previously, is just absolutely bogus. I mean, provably bogus. You got information from there was the published medical studies said set aside as disinformation because they didn't toe the line of Dr. Fauci, who declared himself science. And you have clinics all over the United States and the world where people are being treated for COVID. That's just one instance of their disinformation campaign. And becoming well and having antibodies and not in need of taking a vaccine because they already had COVID. And have a president of the United States talk to you down from a podium to tell you that this is a pandemic of the uninsured and that he's losing patients, that people aren't lining up to get their golden butt plug along with their shot as a reward. I mean, it's absolute insanity. And then, of course, you're not allowed to talk about anything that would disagree with anything that's put out by the government about anything under the Biden regime. It's sad, though, to be honest and to be transparent, that a lot of this stuff started in the first Trump administration. And Trump was distracted because, well, what was he doing? Defending himself against false accusations. Go figure. You can't make this up. False accusations about Russia. False accusations about a phone call to Zelensky. Not Zelensky. Well, yeah, to him, plus to the governor of Georgia, and the Secretary of State there, which a call that we all listened to for over an hour and 10 minutes. Had to suffer through that call to convince ourselves that we believed our lying ears. You know, you watch C-SPAN, which is unedited, no commentary, and you listen to news station after news station after news station after news station, which has received their talking points memo from the Democrat Party to tell you that everything that you just watched unedited, live, or even recorded, because they don't edit their recordings, is complete and utter bullshit. You didn't see that. That was a lie.
Well, so I kind of dug in on this digital disinformation symposium, which is the full panel. And when I went and was reading the transcript, I saw a name that has been in the news recently, Ellen Weintraub. Do you know who that is?
The name is familiar. She sounds like...
She's that buffalo that they couldn't pull out of the FEC.
Oh, right. Yeah.
She's the master, I think she's the master of ceremonies for this symposium.
Well, speaking of animals, not to get too far afield here, but the deer emoji or icon or whatever has appeared in our space on the speakers panel, and has an update about our deer baby.
Yes.
So.
Hi, Chris. Thank you for inviting me to the space. I do come with some good news. I wasn't supposed to say anything. We're gonna have Tammy on in like 20 minutes, but okay. So the Pennsylvania Game Commission, they arrested Tammy for yelling at them, saying, "You're hurting my deer. Please don't take him." And she went to court for those criminal charges today. They were all dropped. And not only that, but the DA looked at them and called them bullshit. Pardon my French. It was their words, not mine. So in my opinion, a huge win. They are looking at them. I thought this space was great. You're talking about misinformation. This whole story has been just riddled with like a smear campaign on not only Baby, but Tammy and Candy, his owners as well. And, the media has this story running around like it's very one-sided, covering up the PA's Game Commission's rear end here. To be quite honest, they have been nothing but inconsistent. They have gone against what, they'll say it's for this reason, but then it's disproven. And then they're like, okay, well, then it's this new reason. And we just keep doing that. And
moving the goalpost.
Yes. And we've been doing that for over a week now. And it's just like they're at the end of their rope. And now they're just refusing to say where Baby is. Anything that they claim, I don't trust them, because everything that they have said so far has been proven incorrect. The whole thing is this deer was taken because they said she took it from the wild and domesticated it. Farthest thing from the truth. And when they took Baby with a warrant, They got a warrant and they came and they forcibly, and if you've seen that video, it's heartbreaking. So they take this deer and say, well, she legally can't have it, right? But this woman did, when he was very young, go and get like the permits she needed, right? But now they're trying to say, or like magically in the last week, they voided her permit. But my question is, if they voided her permit out of the blue just recently, would she have not had that permit all along to have baby? And that is like, that's
Absolutely.
yes.
And so what you're talking about, what they're doing, that's what these people did. They built this framework. It's called the Disarm Framework, and it's basically like they gamified cancel culture. And they run these psyops, and they can go into your account and they can mess around in your account and then slip out of there. These people are responsible for a lot of the family tensions that went on during COVID. The fact that people came out of that absolutely hating each other. These were campaigns that were actually run by this disinfo architects that these bureaucrats have designed to basically censor, and then they boost things that are partly true, but anything that can discredit anybody, and keep the people away from the truth is their biggest thing. They want to keep them on the narrative. And it's like a choose your own adventure. It's like, okay, go do this to this person, and then you come back and you put in the outcome, and then it's like, okay, now choose from these 3 different things you could do. I mean, it's just really sick.
I agree. And, if you can just if you just see the news articles, it's just so blatantly obvious. They're trying to make this deer look aggressive, and they took like the one clip of him like playing with a ball, and he still looks so adorable. He looks like a puppy dog. And, they're trying to like smear.
Sorry, that was me. I apologize.
I knew it. Fat finger Philby. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was really just going on. It's the same thing. Like everything in those articles and the videos of it, and especially Tammy. I feel like they're doing Tammy almost the worst. But it's the farthest thing from the truth. And so I really appreciate being invited into this space. I think it was super fitting for what we are trying to accomplish here with not only baby, but animals in the future that are going to be going through this, because we already had Peanut the squirrel. We had several, we have tons of issues like this. You can't even, in some areas, you can't even help a deer that's very injured on the side of the road without risking going to jail. So they've made this.
It's just disgusting.
Yes, they've made this system so rigged to where we can't use our own human nature to do what we want to do to help creatures.
Well, and I watched a 2-hour hearing 3 weeks ago where they were laying out all of the horrible animal testing that they've been doing. I mean, absolutely mind-blowing, the stuff that they have been doing to these poor animals, mainly domestic cats and mice and beagles. Like, just it is the level of mental illness that is in our government is truly unbelievable. It really is. And they've had all of these powers and weapons. And I mean, it's a wonder that we're all still kind of roaming around here, because it's pretty scary what they've been, what they've had access to. And we've got our DOD creating operation infrastructure framework to run psyops on us. I'm sorry, what? You don't get to do that.
Well, I believe they changed some laws so they could turn what they call this disinformation program against Americans, because what they're calling disinformation is just truths they don't like.
Pretty much.
Well, you notice in that speech we just listened to, the guy said the word truth 2 to 5 times and the word information 15 to 20 times. That was very, very notable for me.
Right? It's like if you're speaking truths, you don't really have to announce it. Right? The way I'm looking at it is like, you just speak your mind, you speak the truth, and there's no need to announce it. And that, folks, is the truth. And you will accept it. No, go research it. Prove it.
No doubt about it.
That's the thing about the truth, that the truth doesn't mind being questioned, right? Like, I think that's a saying.
Well, at least you're not putting us in jail like they are in Great Britain. But
yeah, I mean, when they say this is the science, you already know they're lying to you, because the whole idea of science is to continually research to further knowledge. You can't, yes, there's science as we know it now, but someone comes up with a new invention or something new, the science gets advanced. It's like saying, this is the science and that's just it. You know that they're lying to you already.
Well, that evil little troll, freaking Fauci, he was actually personally conducting a lot of those experiments on the animals. And I saw something not that long ago talking about these foster kids that they found a bunch of bodies somewhere, and like they were linked to Fauci, but like nothing has happened. Like in Kennedy's book alone, where
Fauci was involved in the whole AIDS thing with the AZT.
Yeah.
I mean,
look, we've got VADES now.
And notice something else. I've been noticing they're pushing vaccines like crazy on television all over the place now for everything. I think they know they're about to lose their ability to advertise on TV soon.
Well, here, think about this. I was just thinking of this the other day. These kids now, like they're going to have to wear, not that they didn't need to wear condoms anyways, but is the spike protein transmissible? Did we just create a new, designer STD? VADES does not sound like something I'm interested in.
Well, it's vaccine created AIDS is what it is.
Right, but can you pass it?
Well, what's happening is that this vaccine has the ability to morph DNA.
And it attacks the immune system.
There's shedding. That's you could be in contact hugging somebody and get shedding, so I'm already past that personally. We have things like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and things like that help with these viruses.
Right, but I'm wondering if the young and sexually active, like if somebody's been vaccinated and somebody hasn't been vaccinated,
they've already been shedded on by guaranteed, by the vaccinated, and that's how we had Omicron and like the different variations, the mutations.
No, a virus just does that. That's what a virus does. It mutates.
Well, no, when it hit the person that was already producing it, right? Like that's where the mutation, I believe, happened because they had to adapt, right? And that's what it does.
All viruses naturally mutate. That's
I understand that, but when it came to that resistance, so it did mutate, and that's where we had the 3 different variations, right?
And each one got weaker.
We should be selling body condoms is what we should be doing.
Yeah, right. But so my thing is though, okay, shedding. So, but does that mean that then it gets into your body from somebody else?
From being around somebody, hugging somebody that's
so it's
vaccinated.
worse than an STD because you just have to be around them.
Pretty much everyone's been vaccinated by proxy, you could say. That's the way I'd look at it, is to accept that. as a
So
fact.
I'm not buying that. I mean, I don't think that you're gonna, like, if I were to get tested for the spike protein, that it would show up in my blood.
That was the thing, was they were calling people that weren't jabbed germ monkeys, but that we were risking it and all this stuff. They were trying to blame the mutations on us, and in actuality, it was the people that got vaccinated that created the mutations. And
no, the mutations happen,
and they're the ones that were shedding. But regardless, like we got it transversely through them.
No, but we don't know that though. We don't know that though.
Well,
we do know
what's
that because of
interesting.
shedding.
And what's interesting is that they discovered nicotine blocks it, and suddenly there was this huge push to. I mean, smoking is not good for you, but the nicotine.
Yeah, right. Me too.
But nicotine itself blocks the spike protein.
Yeah, my brother uses the little nicotine pouches, like Tucker. I just smoke cigarettes like an idiot.
How's your nicotine going?
I use the patch.
He's like an avid smoker now.
I'm up to 5 patches a day. So,
are you not getting a buzz anymore, Mr. Philby?
No, I've planed out. We got a hand up. We got Kyle. Let's see what Kyle has to say.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I subscribe to YouTube TV. Thanks for letting me talk. I mean, I won't take long, but I watch YouTube TV and I watch the stock channel a lot, CNBC, and all I see on the advertisements are Apertude, which is a way to conceal the HIV virus. Well, I mean, I don't even understand what that means. I mean,
yeah, why would you want to conceal it? Oh, I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, and I see these transgenders. I mean, they're on the commercial. I mean, and they're showing guys kissing and all this stuff, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
I used to see those commercials when I would watch Bravo. Same
Yeah,
thing.
it makes me sick.
Awful.
It makes me sick to my stomach. But I mean, why would you promote this? We need to get rid of all the medication commercials, and I hope RFK does that, because it's completely a farce. I mean, if I've got HIV, I don't want to conceal it. I should be able to tell the person that hey buddy, I'm fixing to do this and I've got HIV. Well, if you don't do that, then you're being dishonest. You should be locked up.
Attempting murder.
Exactly. I agree with you 100%. Thank you.
No, and I know that it is on at the top of RFK's list, and I think he's even made a few announcements. He's been like trying to halt those commercials. I will say this though, the amount of money that the media companies have now, kind of tailored their business to and have gotten fat off of. If you take that away, you're going to have a bunch of strung out, crazy media folks, So I don't know what the right way to do it is, because you don't want to completely collapse an industry. Even though, they're evil and they need to be definitely taken to task. If you collapse the entire industry, we're going to feel it in more ways than one.
Well, collapsing an industry, that's one way of putting it. But if people actually put out good programming that people will actually watch, then they'll get advertisers. They don't need pharmaceutical companies owning them, which is basically what's happened. That's why they're controlled so strongly by the pharmaceutical companies. They could basically say, this is what we want your narrative to be. And they'll say, how much should we push it? Well, we want to sell these drugs, the COVID vaccine, because your tax dollars are paying for it, but we're making billions. So scare the hell out of people because we'll make more money. Now,
yeah, where's our profit sharing?
Yeah, and then here's something else completely off the topic. Bill Gates actually wants to put mosquitoes and have them vaccinate us without our consent.
Only costs $1.33 per death if you do it with insects.
Oh,
Yeah,
Craig, I wanted to say, we want entertainment and news. We don't want programming. That's what they want to do. They want to program us.
It's why do they call it programming? Because they're programming us, which is, I mean, it's been going on for a long time. It's basically give the masses entertainment, keep them calm, but now the program, the television, whatever that they're giving us, is actually nefarious. It's, you watch it you can see it in everything that you watch, the way they'll stick in narratives and political ideas and the product placement we know about all the time. I mean, but it's the stuff that they've tried to do kind of covertly, where they set up narratives and try to convince people this is the new normal, and they keep pushing it out there over and over, and people start to believe it, which is what one of these speakers was saying. Yeah, repeat something enough, even if it's fake as hell, people are going to start believing it.
Tell a lie enough, comes the truth. Right, Plot?
Yeah. Well, Bill Clinton was really good at that, but then Hillary, I mean, nobody believed her anyway.
Go ahead, Plot. How you doing?
Doing really good. So, kind of on the topic that we were talking about, and I brought this up in a previous space that you held. It was Frank Wisner of the CIA that said he commands a mighty Wurlitzer. And for those of you that don't know, that used to be an organ. And the way that he explained it was he could play it and make any country or people fall to his propaganda. So you have the head of the CIA that was out there at one point saying, I can literally make anyone believe the story that I'm spinning. So just a little bit of backstory on that. And if you don't believe it, there's a book about it called The Mighty Wurlitzer. And Ramparts in 1967, Ramparts magazine did an entire story about it where they quoted him on numerous occasions. So this is not something new that's been going on, that we've been falling prey to propaganda. And then I would just caution everyone who might think that this is kind of a conspiracy theory. Just remember that the MK Ultra story did not break until documents were discovered in a warehouse, which means the CIA completely withheld all of the MK Ultra tests from the government and the people of the United States. And it was not even found out until a box of abandoned documents were discovered in a building. And there's a book, and I'm trying to remember the name of the artist. I want to say it was Tom O'Neill, and he wrote a book recently called Chaos. It is an incredible book. It covers a ton of different things as far as the CIA. So if you think the government has any kind of willingness to make sure that it provides you the most accurate and up-to-date data, I would definitely say you need to consult the history of this nation and the way that it has withheld information. And these are in all things as far as, I mean, we could even go back into the horrendous Tuskegee experiments. And if you don't know about those, I would highly advise you to look those up. That is a horrendous moment in American history. But
and that was an awful move. Awful what they did. But I mean, one could argue that they still do that. They're still doing that. They're doing that with foster children that don't have any, body to stick up for them. I mean, we've got all of these, missing children, and they definitely run stuff on it. We found out recently that, Epstein had a place in Arizona where he had labs that they were doing kind of testing and, running experiments on them. So, I mean, it's all tied together, and it starts with this disinformation. In order to really run the COVID on us, they had to get control of what we talked about. I mean, there's no other way that they could have been successful, because you would have had all the doctors out there screaming, "Wait a minute, what are you doing?" And we would have known about ivermectin and just everything. And the way that they played it with President Trump, because anything he said was bad. I mean, the whole drinking bleach thing, that he didn't say bleach. He said sodium dioxide, which is not bleach. It is actually used to clean all of our water systems. It is like a universal antidote. But because he said, "Hey, this could be something you could try," they started, the whole thing about drinking bleach, and, he's crazy. He wants you to go home and drink bleach. I mean, all of these stories, if you think about the different ways that they targeted him specifically because he was on the news. I mean, how many times a day did he give press conferences? Sometimes 3 or 4 times. And anything that he would say to help the American people, they would immediately run an operation on it, and they would squash it. And they would ding his credibility.
And to my host, I will say this: if there are those of you out there that think that this is maybe something from a bygone era, we don't do that anymore, I would ask you to look back and think about this for a moment. In the 90s, we sent people into Desert Storm, and we gave them an injection that we said that would protect them. Suddenly, all these people are coming back from Desert Storm, and they're saying, "Hey, this is not right. I don't feel right. Everything is different. I've got these skin rashes. I've got all these lesions. Something's definitely wrong here." The government did a investigation into that and said, yes, that medicine that we gave you was not FDA cleared. And during the 90s, they came up with an act that said we can no longer give the American military anything that is not FDA approved. Well, wouldn't you imagine that? Suddenly, we have an outbreak of COVID, and a COVID vaccine that has not been properly tested gets FDA approval, which means it can be sent out to every member of the American military. And something that was brought up earlier, as far as the shedding,
didn't get an approval. It got an EUA, emergency use authorization. So that the FDA
which
approval
takes the liability away from the FDA,
Well,
the pharmaceuticals, everything.
exactly.
And this was a point of contention in the military because they were saying, no, that's not legitimate. We're not going to take it. And then if you remember, the one that was FDA approved was not actually the medication that was being passed out to service members. And that's when a lot of people raised their hands and said, hey, this is weird. You haven't even made the medication available that's FDA approved. You're working off of a prior vaccine. So what's going on here? This is different. And that's where a lot of these objections came. And
well, I mean, think about the pilots, right? Like, because they're not even they are not supposed to be given a vaccine until it has been on the market for at least 12 months. And they were mandating that the pilots get it.
Remember all the rich people with the private jets that were looking to go to Davos were looking for unvaccinated pilots for a reason?
Well, this was no accident. I mean, I don't care how crazy it sounds. This was a slow kill shot. And, it's like it wasn't FDA approved. And the reason they pushed so hard against ivermectin and hydrochloroquine is because then they wouldn't get their emergency use authorization because there was something viable that would work. And in fact, it worked very well. And they completely covered it up because they wanted to get those jabs into arms, and it wasn't for our health. It was for something much more nefarious. At least that's the way I feel.
Well, and I think Jen can also fill in the blanks, but I think Fauci had something to do with that Gulf War syndrome vaccine. I think that he was involved somehow. There was a connection, or it was like EcoHealth Alliance or one of those that is directly linked to that.
And Fauci also was the one putting the mosquitoes with the beagles,
Yes.
thousands. Yes, he's
You
the
mean
one.
Fauci who gave grants to EcoHealth Alliance to operate in the Wuhan lab, that Fauci?
Yeah, that one.
And the 18 biolabs in Ukraine, which don't exist but did exist, and then they were destroying all the paperwork.
Oh, and Metabiota and Hunter Biden. Ooh.
Yeah, how convenient.
So I will just say this as my last thing to our host, who said that they're not 100% sure on the spike proteins. There have been recent studies that have shown that the spike protein that is created due to the COVID vaccine continues to basically renew itself inside the body over and over. And to the other host and different speakers who were saying, yes, it continues. And basically, the only way you can protect against it is with a body condom. They're 100% correct. Because what it means that if I have a child and that child is 13 years old, they are not at any risk of having COVID impact their life in any way whatsoever. The simple fact that I hug them each night is I shed basically dandruff. It's skin cells that are falling off as I hug them, and just our sweat coming into contact with each other as I tell them goodnight, or I give them a kiss on the cheek and I tell them goodnight. That spike protein, recent studies have shown, is that it is very easily passed from person to person. So anybody out there that has taken the COVID-19 vaccine is able to then be basically a host and pass that spike protein on to anyone that they come in contact with. And there's a lot of people that are fighting against this and saying that that's not true, it's not science. But there are now a lot of scientists that are coming together and saying this is basically, as a lot of other people have called it, akin to the AIDS epidemic, because it's being passed from person to person to person through contact and at an unbelievable rate.
I mean, that's worse than AIDS because, I mean, at least with AIDS, you had to like get up to some business, right? With this, I mean, you can just be casually, having a conversation, hug someone, hello, goodbye, whatever.
Well, they actually, when they designed the COVID-19, they actually put part of the AIDS virus in there because it had that super
Well, because they wanted it to be.
They want it to be highly transmittable.
Yep. Yeah, so that was, I remember reading about that in like 2023. One of the guys on here, one of the content creators, he created a couple of documentaries. One of them was about elections and the other one was about Fauci. His name is Eric Abernath. He did a really great documentary on Fauci and talking about the whole AIDS epidemic and then the portion of the virus that has the AIDS in it. And I mean, it's completely designed. And I mean, if you think about it, I've always thought that they were designing it so that, because China has a problem with having too many old people. So here you go, you've got a designer virus that, pretty much takes out old people. And, I really wish they would have made it that it takes out assholes, but
Well, I personally, this is my tinfoil hat version. I think that the virus was made in Ukraine in one of the biolabs. It was transferred to China because they're a much easier bad guy to target in the media. But meanwhile, we were funding the Wuhan lab with our so-called enemy. How does this make any sense?
Big bad boogeyman. Hey, Jen.
Hey guys, I'm here, but I'm eating. So just.
Well, when you're done eating, can we talk about Panama?
Ugh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Great song.
I mean,
I have a
sure.
theory.
I do too.
I just came across a TikTok. Some guy was talking about it too. So I could put that in the back channel. I haven't listened to it yet. And by the way, Kim, when we get to the end of the space, there's a white pill video that you can play that I put in the back channel.
Oh, yes, because we are definitely black pilling today.
Yes, we are.
Wait, when's Chris's birthday?
Oh, I have that information. We got time.
Oh, good. Good.
Send him a bikini. I love that.
He's not accepting deliveries on that day, and he said he's going to be offline. So
Only golden butt plugs allowed.
Oh my God.
Don't start, please.
Only golden vibrating butt plugs, obviously.
I mean, it's the
batteries
deluxe model
included.
3.0.
So Jen, you might know what's up with this. I saw a post. I don't know, is it BS? I doubt it's BS because it's Lindsey Graham, but saying that he was involved in gay sex, paying for it or something.
Dude, Lindsey Graham has been going to the Turkish bathhouses for years. Okay, this is literally
Not a
not
surprise.
shock. If you are shocked by this, you should really get your gaydar checked because Lindsey Graham is the most homosexual man I think I've ever met. Softest hands, shakes with his fingertips, like some real gay shit.
You think this is punishment for his little clandestine meeting with Zelensky?
Fair it up.
I mean, no,
Well,
it might be punishment because he sided with Trump.
You think that Lindsey Graham played pocket pool with Zelensky?
Ew.
Most definitely.
Oh,
Well,
jeez.
Zelensky is gay, right?
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
did you see him dance?
No,
Like no straight
his
man
wife,
dances
his
like that.
wife, his wife spent $2 million at Cartier.
Our tax dollars hard at work.
That's that they keep up appearances, I guess, right? Well, but no straight man dances like that, you know, like.
Well, Kim, the Panama.
Anybody read the post about him and all of his offshore accounts in this company, that the media company has like multiple shells? Did anybody read that?
No, I hadn't gotten into it yet. I just found out
Is
about the
or is this somebody else?
Lindsey Graham.
Oh,
No, Zelensky.
Oh, sorry, Zelensky.
Pick
your bad guy.
Well, I mean, it stands to reason that they would set up shell companies for Zelensky. Obviously, he's not capable of doing that himself. Certainly, there are people in Ukraine that can do that because that's the best washing machine in the entire world is Ukraine.
Well, they couldn't even come up with the decent name. They called it Maltex. It's Maltex. Like they are really lame about their shell companies and what they come up with. It's pretty.
There's so many
really
of them,
pathetic.
they've run out of fucking clever names.
Oh, Biden had what, 21 or 22? Now we find out Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, his wife's family has like 25 NGOs, and they're all sucking the teat of USAID.
Oh my gosh! Don't even get into the Pritzker. Oh my God, Chris, it's unending. Like I kind of went down that path, and it's more than that. It's got to be hundreds.
Why Blaga got thrown out of office for that twat? Pardon my French. I mean, Blago, yeah, okay, he made a tiny little mistake. Thank God he got pardoned. But, I mean, in comparison, in Illinois politics, Blago was clean as the wind-driven snow.
Well, the Pritzkers are buying up a whole bunch of land in Northern California and Montana. They're trying to create they're buying up land in between national parks to make this like green earth, pristine. It's really screwed up. I dropped it because it was so vast and so deep that my brain fried. I couldn't do it anymore.
So I mean, let me ask you a question. It got made notice today. The hunter is broke. He can't sell any art, and he's basically bankrupt. So I mean, what are y'all's feelings on that?
Because the whole art industry, and there's all these nonprofits that are tied to international art. It's a whole other world, and I'm sure Jen is familiar with it. But
money laundering.
It's money laundering. Yes, thank you.
I'm fine with him being broke. Maybe he should go and experience what it's like to be a crackhead with no money.
Well, I'm sure he probably was getting so much money from the U.S. aid money through NGOs, and he snorts probably most of his money. And since Daddy doesn't have access to that money anymore, or any of his family members, they all got cut off because the money got cut off. So broke, yeah. But maybe he'll start saying, "Listen, I'll tell you some real stuff." Because he is probably he's a super weasel. So maybe he'll go to Cash Patel and say, "Listen, I'll tell you the real stuff. Just put me in witness protection because they'll be sending Ukrainian hitman after me."
He's pre-pardoned from everything, don't you know?
Not if the president is deemed unfit to have been serving in that role.
Incompetente, yes.
And Andrew Bailey, I mean, he did send that letter yesterday. So let's see if another sternly worded letter. Let's see where it gets us.
I love the sternly worded. If I hear that line ever again, which continues to be used, oh my God,
it's
sternly
so
worded. I sent out a sternly worded letter. Yeah, you know what that means.
I don't want letters. I want the use of good hemp.
Yes.
I can create sternly worded letters.
You're very good at them.
But the carrot and stick approach, meaning the carrot is you don't spend the rest of your life in the hole, versus we just turn you into general population
and tell them you're a pedo.
In Nicaragua or Honduras. No,
El
Honduras.
Salvador.
Is it El Salvador?
Yeah, that's where we're going to send them all.
Yeah. Well,
and how successful is the updated version of the weaponization committee again, bringing all of the social media company heads to the table, and they're not going to say anything. It's like all the wrong people brought to Washington once again to
it's a joke.
Go, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, if these companies are found to have done anything that's harmful to the United States, I believe they did pass an executive order a while back that said we could take all their assets.
Boom, as in the ends of the Panama Canal, for instance, if BlackRock is buying those ports. Interesting.
What is that? Oh my God, Adam. They're going to try to do the BlackRock purchase of Panama.
Yeah,
Is that?
That's what Jen came in here and we talk about. And
so that's where the civil asset
except
forfeiture.
the fact that the reason why they're doing that is because Ukraine is not going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, Kim, that video is in the back channel, and it's probably going to piss some people off the way the guy talks at the end. But it's not long at all. But it just goes right to the point about BlackRock and Panama.
Well, that's what I was getting to, and Craig was pointing out civil asset forfeiture. Let's say they're convicted of crimes or whatever the hell, embezzlement, RICO, so on and so forth. Then we could take that, and it'll be U.S. property. You know, they could go ahead and pay for it now, and then we'll own it in the end.
I recall specifically there was an executive order that stated if your company is involved with nefarious things against our country with foreign countries, you can lose all your assets. So the company can just, the United States, which I don't want the government to own it, but the company would just be dissolved and the funds put into the Treasury. So back to the American people, we could pay off our deficit.
Yeah, the people passing through that canal, essentially would have to, pay for passage, right?
But BlackRock doesn't really have any money. So it's all stocks and stuff. So I'm actually really confused over the BlackRock injection into the Panama conversation. I'm totally confused about it.
BlackRock does have cash assets. It also has gold assets. It also has Bitcoin assets. So, I mean, they basically, they control a good percentage of the media. So it's like, if they want to put a narrative out there, since they own huge swaths of companies in the United States, pieces of them, they basically can control. They're more powerful than our government.
Just heard something about that.
Actually, you can liquidate them, and I mean, if you liquidate them, then you could probably pay off national debt plus some.
Oh, wouldn't that be a miracle? I'd love
I
to see
tend to
that.
agree with that
I
one.
would love to see them go blink, gone.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Aren't a lot of the benefits packages, government benefit packages, owned by BlackRock?
Yeah, they're the 501k ecosystem.
Yeah, the pensions and everything else. So
they are the pension system.
So basically, they control all the bureaucrats, for that matter.
That's an interesting topic that you bring up. BlackRock does not necessarily own the bureaucrats, but what they do own is basically the levers that make things happen. And if you go back and you look, and this is something that happened in 2020, and even prior to that, BlackRock started buying up all the homes in America. And insanely enough, they did it with taxpayer funding that was given to them by Washington, which is what made them as big as they are. And what they did was basically buy up houses and land, and that increased their portfolio size tremendously. Because once you create a shortage in the land and housing market, then all of those properties jump up 2-3-fold in value, which creates a huge holding for BlackRock now. And when BlackRock got to a point where it had such a large amount of holdings, then they can start taking some of that money and investment in other avenues of approach. And this is kind of what they've done. And I know we brought this up earlier, and I'm going to touch on this. In Panama, one of the things that they have basically done is they have taken the fore part of the Panama Canal and the aft part of the Panama Canal, and they have basically bought them out. What that does is it allows them to control the entrance and exit, not the canal itself, but just the entrance and exit, which creates a huge monetary just machine that allows them to get wealth over and over and over. And they have a certain amount of control that they can then exercise over the Panama Canal without actually having to own it, which means they're getting a little piece of every ship that comes through there.
And that should be ours, honestly. I mean, I just don't know why we would even like. I mean, I do have a theory on why we did that, but I mean, again, I mean, this just happened yesterday, I believe, where BlackRock is leading this consortium. There's 2 other companies involved. They're a little bit on the shady side of shit too, but BlackRock also made a ton of money off of everybody's pensions and 401ks because they're a major, blended funds for big corporations or whatever. So and it says that this is still subject to regulatory approval. So it hasn't gone through yet, but it's well on its way.
Well, remember,
yeah, but yeah, it's also used to leverage the government.
There is a statement, you will own nothing and like it. I mean, like buying up all the houses. They're not reselling them. They're making rental properties. So nobody will.
Thank you. It all ran through Airbnb, and then they funneled money for housing, government money, housing for the migrants. So they bought up all the houses, and then Airbnb participated, and then all those. I'm talking back in, it started back in when all the housing market went ballistic and they started buying up all this property. Then Airbnb was involved, and then they put the rental housing through the roof because they started then charging back to the U.S. government for the rentals for all the migrants coming in.
Yeah,
it's a full circle.
Yeah, it's like everybody's padding everybody's pockets. I mean, where I am,
with our money.
Yeah, of course. In my area of the country, they've built all these brand new apartments, and I live in what was considered a sanctuary state. So all these apartments were basically built for all the illegals. Now, what happens? All the illegals are getting pulled. They're picking them up by the thousands. So they're going to have all these empty apartments now, and it's going to basically crap out the entire real estate market.
Well, maybe they should put our homeless and our.
Well, that's what I'm talking about in that whole Texas development outside of Houston. That whole city that they built. And then they just raided and they had all this drug shit going on. But that whole city was built on that ecosystem. They built it and then got paid for the rentals to the illegals and created this massive farm, basically. But the development investment for that is based on that whole schema of government money once again feeding into that real estate business. It is the perfect example of what happened. And
when do we get to share in these profits? Like, you'd use our money to invest in something. Why? I mean, at the very least, they should be, I don't know, paying interest or something. Like, how do they just get to use the money willy-nilly, whatever they want to do, and they get to keep all the profits from our seed money?
Well, we have a hand.
Oh,
hey, Aaron.
Before we go to that, please retweet the space or repost the space, whatever you want to call it, and send it out to all your best friends who need to be in here. And thank you very much.
Aaron.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Nice to see you.
What up?
Yeah. We haven't broached the topic of space lasers yet, so
yeah,
I have the space lasers.
Hey,
Craig's got that covered.
Don't you know we just put a space laser on a U.S. ship? I don't know if you guys heard about it. a laser that is capable of destroying I don't know what, but they just put it on one of the Navy ships, and God knows what we will be doing with it. But
And we already have one?
yeah,
Yes, and we have rail guns on Navy ships.
right. Anyway, so one of you said you don't exactly know why we gave up the Panama Canal. As I recall, I think I already told you guys why we gave up the Panama Canal. It was because Panama was indebted to internationalist globalist bankers, and in order for them to continue making their payments, they had to have a perpetual source of revenue. So Jimmy Carter gave it up so internationalist globalist bankers can continue making money. It had nothing to do with us being benevolent. It has nothing to do with us decolonizing, as I already stated. The Panama Canal was never Panama's to begin with, or technically it was. I mean, for 5 minutes, just after they formed their country, but in no meaningful sense, the Panama Canal was never theirs. It was made by the United States, started by the French. United States finished it, or actually, got it done. And so it's not even Panama's. It wasn't supposed to be. But nowadays, I take a more pragmatic approach to it. So about us gaining the Panama Canal, there's one issue I have here. There's one issue with us actually taking it. Of course, it belongs to the United States. The issue is that Panamanians, what will the average Panamanian think about this? Because my concern is that with new technology and drones, all these kinds of things, I'm afraid of terror attacks on the Panama Canal if the United States Army moves in, takes it. I'm pretty sure a lot of Panamanians are not going to like that, and they are going to do some terror attacks. That's going to...
Well, they shouldn't have sold all their crap to China then. They broke the treaty.
I understand
Sorry.
that. I get that. I'm saying pragmatically speaking, Panamanians will not like that, and they will use drones to constantly bomb the Panama Canal. So there must be a more pragmatic approach to this. Of course, with that being said, of course, the United States should get China out of there and somehow, I don't know how.
What if they get a cut?
That is what I was getting at. Somehow get some profits from the Panama Canal in maybe conjunction with Panama. Now, in my perfect world, of course, we wouldn't be dealing with this, but in theory, in my perfect world, the American Army swoops in, takes the Panama Canal, no more questions, that's it. But we don't live in that kind of world. So I'm saying that maybe in conjunction with the Panamanians, we get a cut, they get a cut. So, it would be controversial, but I don't think that would lead to terror attacks. But I'm pretty certain if the United States tries to take the Panama Canal, the Panamanian citizenry are going to commit terror attacks, and it will be very hard for us to maintain it with constant bombings. So that's just a pragmatic approach. I want to say just one more thing. Jen, I want to congratulate, send Dustin my congratulations on being mentioned on Joe Rogan. That was epic.
So
thanks, Aaron.
So, yeah, that was really cool.
Ian's on Alex Jones tonight, and he was on the Maha podcast last night.
Ian goes on Alex Jones all the time.
It's been quite a run for him.
He goes on Alex Jones quite a bit. But I did want to say with regards to the Panama Canal, because Jen and I were talking about this earlier today, and I kind of been just mulling it over, like, why would Trump, allow for BlackRock to buy it? And I think that a plausible scenario is that this is a way for him to get it from China, but China still have some involvement so that, because they could start a war over it, and he doesn't want to do that. What do you think?
I think that the Panama Canal, of course, China should have no say in it whatsoever. I mean, I'm a huge fan of George Washington's farewell address, where he basically, in his last statements, he basically said, "Do not get involved in Europe's wars because it'll never end. Be concerned on our side of the hemisphere," more or less. And that is the Monroe Doctrine. I'm very much a fan of the Monroe Doctrine. And therefore, China does not belong here. The United States should, of course, protect the Panama Canal for our interest and for the interest of the world. And China being there is not a good thing. So that is in short order. Like, that is like the least. Like, even if we don't get payments from the Panama Canal because politics, I understand that. Sad, but I understand that. But at the very least, what we can definitely do is get the Chinese out of there. That's something that we can definitely do. That is like, there's no excuse for that. Like, you can make an excuse for why we shouldn't get the Panama Canal back. You could try to do that. I'm not buying it.
I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think anybody in here is thinking that that's.
But isn't BlackRock China money?
That's what I'm saying. They're the only company.
That's where we go back to. BlackRock is all Chinese money.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying, because that's the only company that has an ETF in China, right? So what if China said to Trump, hey, we know you're trying to take this over. We could make things real bad for you, right? Because they're so like infiltrated down there that they could easily start up a skirmish. So they said, if you allow for BlackRock to buy it so that we still have some sort of, ties to it, then you can make it look like it's an American company that's buying it, and everybody will just shut up.
Well, the BlackRock is definitely not an American company. It's an internationalist organization. It's not even internationalist. It is a globalist organization, not interested in any.
But it's American-based company.
It's American-based, meaning what exactly?
Globalism.
I know,
they have no
but
loyalty. These are people.
You know that, and I know
persons,
that.
Yeah, right. But these are persons without the nationality. Their god is money. So, is money and themselves.
Listen, Trump's the one who called it an American company in
Exactly.
his speech and just left out conveniently that it was BlackRock.
Well, of course, you got to play politics, but speaking on, knowing actually what's going on, we know that BlackRock is not an American company. It's by no means has any.
No, obviously it's not. Why do you think I'm pissed off?
So what I'm thinking,
right? Like, my thing is like, we were all about the Panama thing, okay? And that's great. So then somehow BlackRock gets in there and buys the port at the start and the port at the end. Technically, that's owning the Panama Canal. Like, you want to, we can sit here and like get into fucking semantics, but BlackRock just bought the Panamanian Canal, for lack of a better term, at this moment.
That's exactly right.
How did this happen? And why did President Trump feel it was okay to go out in front of the American people and say, oh, don't worry about Panama. We got an American company in there. He knows damn well that we don't like BlackRock. Okay. And this is part of like holding your elected officials accountable, right? It's uncomfortable. Believe me, I love Trump. Okay. But like, I also saw the first time where we didn't question anything because like we were afraid not to offend Trump, that like looking back on it, we probably should have questioned some stuff. So I'll start questioning. I want to know why BlackRock was able to get the bid to buy the 2 ports on the Panamanian Canal, and why it was introduced to the American people as a, quote, American company, when we have literally spent the past 2 years complaining about BlackRock. And I feel like if we don't like say something about this and raise the alarm, that we kind of lose footing to ever talk about BlackRock again. Shut your mouth. I don't want to hear about it. Let them buy up everything. And B, like, we look like freaking hypocrites, because as long as it's on our side, we're not going to say anything when we know damn well it's fucking shady.
Here's the thing, Jen, but we're not going to stay quiet. And you can see clearly our side is not happy about it. So definitely we're not being hypocrites about it. That's not going to happen. We're definitely upset about this, and we're definitely talking about it, right? So that hypocrites is far beyond the question. What I'm thinking here is, and this is just maybe a theory, it is a theory. It's completely not grounded in anything provable at the moment. But what I'm thinking is a possibility. What Donald Trump will be doing, his next steps, if he's actually trying to get this under an American company with, that is truly going to fight for the American people, or at the very least for the country itself. What I'm thinking is there's a possibility that first BlackRock buys it, then he moves it from them to a different company that is actually more representative of the American people. This is not grounded. This is a theory. It's not grounded in anything.
Well, it's actually a conglomeration. So there's 3 different companies. You got the BlackRock controlled company. You have the terminal. I'm doing this all off of my research.
Terminal limit,
guys,
or terminal limit.
Terminal Limited, and then
global,
the Mediterranean.
It's the global.
Global.
with the Mediterranean shipping company, but it's the global.
Yeah. But I don't want to get into that. I just wanted to, those three companies need to be looked into. Okay. Because, and they're saying that, so it was a Hong Kong based company who owned the two ports, right? But because of political pressure, the Hong Kong based company was being forced to sell. So A, why were they being forced to sell? And B, why did BlackRock get its nasty little fingers in there?
Well, I just gotta refute some things, but Trump is the one who brought it up, so I'm sure Trump's got a plan to figure this out. So the Panama Canal was never.
So as long as we're trusting the
Well,
plan,
no,
right? Okay, keep
the
going.
Panama Canal was never brought up until Trump brought it up. So I feel kind of confident in the commander in chief to make sure that it's going to be secure.
But not with BlackRock.
Nah, listen, man. I get what you're saying. I get it. Because you're saying we wouldn't be even talking about this if it weren't for Donald Trump bringing it up in the first place. I get it. I get that. But to then say that because BlackRock, because it's Donald Trump and BlackRock has taken control over it, probably everything will work out. You have to understand how infamous and how evil these people are at BlackRock. So it's, I guess you could say you could be optimistic about it, but you also have to hold them accountable and say, Donald Trump, we don't like this. Maybe this is part of a bigger plan, and for now we will verify, we will keep an eye out. But if things don't change soon enough, then we're gonna start, we're really gonna start making our voices heard. We're gonna start protesting these because we don't want.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why BlackRock came up is because BlackRock was the entity that was going to rebuild Ukraine and other areas. So they needed to shift their investments away from that to something else.
Not my problem.
Huh?
Not my problem.
No, I know. I'm saying there was a deal cut, Jen. I'm not happy about it.
And now they're not happening.
I'm not happy.
Like the fact, I'm not saying you're happy, Rose, right? But the fact that like the excuse is being thrown around. Well, BlackRock had bought the contracts to rebuild Ukraine, but since that's not happening anymore, they needed to shift their investment. No. BlackRock needs to be broken up, right? And the sheer fact that Larry Fink is having any say in anything is absolutely disgusting. And sometimes, right, if you actually know how politics works, right, not some superficial level, right, you would know damn well that sometimes shit is floated to see our reaction, right? They'll put stuff out there and be like, oh yeah, this deal's about to go down, float it out there. And then the people raise up and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? This is ridiculous. We're not standing for this. Trump turns around to BlackRock and he's like, well, I guess you did. They don't like you, so I can't go with this. I got to do what they want me to do, right? Like, we are allowed to question the decisions that are being made for our country. And I don't care if it's Trump, Biden, Obama, Bush, I don't give a shit.
I'm with you, Jen. I am totally with you on this.
Especially with BlackRock, I'm going to question you. If you give me an answer that of why you did it and why it wasn't presented to the American people that it was a BlackRock controlled company, then we can talk about it. But I'm not just gonna like allow like BlackRock to walk in and start buying up shit that should be ours.
Jen, don't you trust the guy who sat at Davos and told the world that DEI and what's the other bullshit set of letters that they were throwing around?
I mean, it was implemented by the government. We should have just tucked our tails and kept our mouth shut.
Larry Fink is, I have a feeling that sooner or later, Larry Fink is going to go the way of billionaire money.
From your lips to God's ears, Chris.
I'm totally with you, Jen. I think I'm totally on board with this, and to put BlackRock out in front is, and actually, that's why they put BlackRock out in front of
Is he
Ukraine.
serving them up on a silver platter to us?
I don't know, and I'm not going
That's
to
right.
pretend to know. I have no idea, but I know that the world's money is circular, and that BlackRock is completely in that mix. And yes, Jen, it should be completely dissolved.
Well, and the thing about it, Rose, is like the fact that none of us knew about it, right? Like we are in spaces all day long. I didn't see nobody talking about it when I went to look it up last night. And I just happened to stop in a space earlier with Shelly, I think it was, and Dr. Angela was in there. Like, and I was like, wait, did you guys know that BlackRock bought apparently the Panama Canal? And they were like, what are you talking about? And I was like, go look it up. Right? The fact none of us knew about it. And then the fact Trump went out in that speech the other night and said, oh, don't worry. Like, I'm obviously paraphrasing here, right? Oh, don't worry. We got the Panama Canal back. It's an American company bought it. Now, you know damn well the American people do not like BlackRock, sir. You know we're going to get upset about this, and we have every right to get upset about this, or at least demand answers. And that doesn't mean I don't support Trump. That doesn't mean I don't like Trump. That doesn't mean I'm a secret Democrat. That means I'm doing my American duty as a citizen to keep my political officials held to account. And I know damn well that there are pressures on the president from very rich and influential people that sometimes he needs the American people to stand up, right, and say something. And if the Trump administration has problems with me saying something, they are more than welcome to call me. But until then, why is BlackRock part of the deal, and why was it left out of the discussion?
Jennifer, I have a question for you. So,
what's up?
And this is just kind of me spitballing here, so don't take it as my stance. But would you rather China hold both of those entities or BlackRock, which is at least something that America has a stake in? And like I don't like BlackRock. I find it far worse. It is a just ghastly, horrible corporation that should probably be dissolved. But if we have to choose between the lesser of two evils, do you want something that is tied to America or China, as it has been, because they were the previous owners of those two ports that BlackRock was able to buy out?
But BlackRock is China.
That's exactly
That's
what
what
I
I'm
was going
trying-
to say. Yeah, I did research for a project someone asked me to do looking into the academy in New York City, and BlackRock is tied to the Chinese company. So they are the exact same.
Well, and I'm glad Trash and Sally, thank you for that. I'm glad Trash is here. Trash will gauge whether my anger is spot on or whether it is misguided. So Trash, help me out here.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the kind words. Give me 1 second. I've got something for you because I did see this. I did.
Because I'm about to freaking lose my
I did
shit.
know it. But there was hell to pay. BlackRock had hell to pay in order to get this done. And so I'm looking for this right now. This was reporting that came out quietly by John Solomon at Just the News. Give me 1 second.
Listen, if Trump bent BlackRock over and said, call me daddy, I'm happy with the deal.
Yeah.
Okay, but that is not how it was presented.
Yeah, so he did. He did. Basically, I'm looking for the article right now. I wish to.
But I'd rather flush this out now because I know damn well there's people in this audience that see BlackRock like myself and was like, yo.
Well,
what
you
the hell?
actually, I have threads on BlackRock. I've been talking about BlackRock for years. You guys know this. Like if there's someone that hates BlackRock more than anything else, it's me. So about 4.
Well, that's why I was glad you showed up
Yeah.
because I'm upset about it. But then I'm like, maybe I'm misguided.
No.
While you're looking for
Listen to
that
this.
article, Jen, when I was
I got it.
oh sorry,
I mean, just give me a second to talk.
sorry, Trish. I thought you were just in between. My apologies.
No, it's all
good, Sally.
no,
Don't
it's
worry
all
about
good.
it.
It's
Trish,
all
go
good.
ahead.
All right. So, BlackRock has now been forced to unwind all of their diversity climate programs, all of their ESG, all of their DEI. Basically, they've been forced to unwind all of this to give American companies access to capital. Now, when people say that BlackRock is China, the reason they say that is because when Joe Biden took office in 2021, he signed 77 executive orders. And one of these executive orders was to put scope 3 emissions targets on all of the energy producers in the United States, which made it impossible to do business. And then he basically canceled a bunch of federal oil and gas leases. Thing was, he didn't cancel them. He sold them to PetroChina. And because BlackRock was enforcing ESG policy on American companies, this is why you saw Tractor Supply and Disney and all these other like major companies conforming to ESG and DEI initiatives, was because if they wanted to be able to expand their business, have access to any kind of investment, global or expansion capital, they had to be ESG, not only ESG, but DEI compliant. And that was because BlackRock had a stranglehold on him. The reward was the Biden administration had not only Eric Van Nostrand over in Treasury, who came over from BlackRock, but also had Brian Deese, who was the guy who organized the automotive bailout in 2008, 2009 under Obama. Okay. So Brian Deese was the head of economic policy for the Biden administration in the first years. He came from BlackRock. Eric Von Nostrand came over from BlackRock as well and was sent over to basically run the Treasury. And essentially BlackRock then positioned themselves not only with the IMF, but then also other capital hedge fund ETFs. So if you were an American company, you had to implement, if you were a energy producer or a carbon producer, you had to implement ESG items. If you were just a normal, manufacturer or other kind of company or tractor supply or whatever, you had to enforce DEI policy. Well, as of right now, reporting as of 4 hours ago, BlackRock was forced to unwind all of its diversity climate programs, all of its DEI requirements. ESG is done. And so this was basically the deal, it looks like to me, that was made. It says, in recent months, BlackRock pulled out of a UN-backed Sustainable Investing Coalition, relaxed its language around board diversity requirements and proxy voting guidelines, removing DEI language from its annual report and other company communications, and eliminated its internal DEI team and canceled any diversity hiring requirements. This also meant that U.S. companies could have access to capital without having these things inside their own companies. So I think the deal that was made was, we already knew the deal about the Biden administration that made with BlackRock so they could have the reconstruction contracts in Ukraine. We know about this between them and JP Morgan. But this one right here basically enables them to, this enables Trump to basically slash and destroy all ESG, all DEI requirements for American companies to be able to grow and have access to capital without having it in their offices. So I think this is the deal that was made, Jen.
Thanks, Josh. I get it, right? However,
hey, look,
I understand DEI
I get it.
and the ESG
I'm with
is
you.
important.
I'm not saying it's perfect. This should have never, ever been anything at all. We should have never been sold out. And those oil and federal gas leases that were supposedly canceled were actually operational. They were just sold by the Biden administration to PetroChina, one of the largest energy producers in China. And then they were getting 10% kickbacks for the big guy at that time through that deal, right? So like that was completely corrupt as hell. But because BlackRock enforced these scope 3 emissions targets through ESG on American energy producers as well, they got the reward of opening the only hedge fund in the Chinese economy. This is a huge, huge deal. And so like, I guess Trump in his own post-haste trying to destroy DEI and ESG and climate agendas really quickly made the deal to get the Panama Canal back from the Chinese without much hubbub, and this is BlackRock's reward for it. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think that's what happened here.
I don't think they deserve any
All right,
consolation
so
prizes.
my thing is, and hold on, so just 1 second, right? I just want to ask Trash something, right? I understand that like DEI is a threat, okay, and maybe in this instance, BlackRock was the best company, right? Like I can admit when I'm wrong, but was DEI and ESG really the threat that was coming out of BlackRock, or was it the fact that they're going up and buying up everything and taking it away from the American like people?
So
right? Like they're kind of like coming a global conglomerate,
Yeah.
and stealing all the property.
Yeah, and so that's why it was really important. If you remember, I was pushing people back in 2022 and 2023. If you wanted to do something, was to talk to your local municipalities, talk to your teachers unions, talk to your local various different organizations where state employees had their money being basically their 401ks being invested in hedge funds, and make sure that they were not part of BlackRock. I'm not saying that Vanguard and State Street are any better, but they're better than BlackRock because BlackRock is solely 1,000% responsible for ESG and DEI initiatives. They are 100% responsible for it.
Yeah,
Yes.
like we were saying before you came in here, Larry Fink was at Davos and basically declared that edict.
Well, he declared that the new way forward was stakeholder capitalism, which is another way of saying global communism. It's the same thing. He wrote about it. He put a release out. I mean, like I have a whole thread on this. Like I have all the receipts for all of this. Like I'm not just talking out of my ass.
No, we
So
got that.
So do we need to start demanding that like BlackRock, like that it can't do what it was doing? Like, okay, I understand maybe this got this deal with China or whatever with the Panama Canal, whatever, not thrilled about it. But if they want to be more part of like doing shit, like can't we demand and be like, okay, Trump, like if you want to do deals with BlackRock, cool, but like we also want to like break it down so they're not a monopoly.
Well, so they're not a monopoly. They're actually ranked third, I believe, behind State Street and Vanguard. They're number 3. But the problem was,
We'll add those two into there. They're just not part of
sure. But right. These are the 3 largest hedge funds. I get it. What I'm saying is that Larry Fink specifically, because of the algorithm that he designed, I don't know, years ago, put them even on the map to be Aladdin. Thank you. Years ago, it put him on the map to begin with, and to be able to grow BlackRock to what he did. The whole point is that in order for us to be able to unleash American energy, we need the Scope 3 emissions target climate agenda bullshit to be cut completely. Unfortunately, while many bad people were inside the Trump administration, and obviously we know who was littered through the Biden administration and the Obama administration, that they allowed this to creep in, and it became impossible for American energy producers to escape these Scope 3 emission targets. So they couldn't produce. And the energy sector is built on speculation, because when you develop a plot of land, it's not like all of a sudden you just stick a well in the ground and boom, you're popping out barrels. It's like a 5 or 10 year speculation. And that's where you get your energy prices from, based on a 5 to 10 year speculation. And if Scope 3 emissions targets and impossible climate net zero agendas are in the way, and there's no access to capital to be able to expand, grow, or even create a business in America without adhering to these DEI and ESG policies, then there's no economic growth that's going to happen, and it's going to get farmed out overseas. And so I think the deal that was made here, and again, that this is just my initial take. Okay, the article came out 4 hours ago. I got a lot of digging to do, but my initial thoughts on this was, this is how you unleash American energy again. This is how you unleash American business again. And this is how you unleash access to global capital to be able to grow and to make us the dominant force in not only manufacturing and bringing manufacturing to the U.S., but then also, our corporations themselves to be able to be the powerhouse that we had been for so long. And you have to cut this out. You have to destroy this. And I think that's the deal that BlackRock made. I'm still not convinced that Larry Fink's going to make it. I still think they're going to get, once all this is done and set in stone, I think they get rid of Larry. I think they move on.
They have to. And so, I mean, if the DEI or ESG or whatever, we all know it's just unconstitutional. It's all crap. But here we are, like, kind of capitulating to them when, in fact, they're the ones that caused this problem to begin with. I think that, not only should they not get the Panama Canal, but they should be completely, divested of all of their stuff.
Well, I mean, now you're getting into government divesting hedge funds and American capital funds. That's kind of a slippery slope there a little bit, I'd say, number one. Number two, my bet is that Vanguard and State Street want nothing to do with their hands in this mess. And then number three, the people behind most of the mess that they created were people like BlackRock, and this is their penance as well. Because what's going to end up happening is this multi-$100 billion ETF that they have in China is probably going to get kicked out anyway. So they're going to lose that too. And that'll be that excuse for the board to get rid of Larry Fink. I think that's what's going to happen here.
I'm totally with you, Trash, because I've looked at this for years peripherally. And you have to understand the banking system that Fink is involved in terms of managing country level finance on, multiple levels. So you have the DEI, but you also have country level financial markets running through them, i.e. Ireland. Ireland was handed over to Fink after 2008. We're talking about the complete finance of a country to Fink. And that's,
Okay.
And when you talk about countries, then you go back to Ukraine, right? So it's a hedge game, and I'd love your thoughts on that.
Wait, can I just add to something real quick on that, Rose? Right? I get that, like obviously there's other things at play here, whatever, right? But like on a sheerly like marketing / like communications point, right? Like our side has been so against BlackRock, right? Like we've held spaces. Trash has done freaking hundreds of threads on BlackRock. Rose has done hundreds of threads on BlackRock, right? Like, and I just feel like, I don't know, it's kind of like a slap in the face. Like the fact that we like no one, like, okay, if you had to do this, why couldn't somebody put something out and be like, yo, we know you don't like BlackRock, but this is what we're getting out of it. Here's the deal. Like, explain it to the American people, because like it's going to cause a problem, right? When people, especially on the MAGA side, find out that like BlackRock is part of this Panama Canal deal.
Well, I mean, on the worst side of it, use the ASID argument. This was all done with taxpayer money. So BlackRock did not grow themselves internally. They did it by using government funding to be able to build themselves to the point that they are. So,
well, government employee funding. A lot also was government employee funding. So you had all these shared 401k, IRA, retirement programs that were also funding through BlackRock as well, through states and municipalities and everything else. Like, yeah, this was Americans' money.
Well, aren't they custodians of like 10 trillion of our dollars or something crazy like that?
Last time I looked, it was like 6 or 8, I think. And I haven't looked in a while just because I've just been like, well, I don't see a deal anywhere close where we can make this, where we can actually start to make headway on getting rid of this ESG DEI stuff, because it's running all the way up to IMF. But now it looks like we can. And
You're
yeah,
right.
and
You're
so
right,
to wait,
Trash.
let me address Jennifer's point, because I agree. I don't know how to explain this to the average person that hasn't been spending hours on this, or in spaces, as you said, as we were talking about, or have spent that don't work in the financial sector, that don't have the first clue. They just know they hate Larry Fink and BlackRock, and they hate everything to do with ESG, and it's destroying companies, and it's destroying schools, and it's destroying their children. And how do you explain this? Nor am I standing up for BlackRock. Let me be clear about something. This is their penance. They're going to lose a lot of money on this deal. This is their penance. Don't get me wrong. And the deal the American people and the American manufacturer and the American business sector is going to get out of this is no more of the DEI, ESG shenanigans, and we can finally unleash American energy once again. So it's hard to explain. I'm with you. I get it. We're going to see a lot of mad people, and I can't go into every person's thread or everyone's space that's mad about it and try to explain this. But I think I'm in a room with people that have a firm enough understanding of what's going on where I can kind of tell you, this is my take on it. This is what I'm getting out of it. And I think that, in the short, it's going to be very painful in the short term, and we're going to have a lot of pissed off people. But in the long term, I think that we're going to have a very, very golden, successful economy once again.
So here's my question to you. With China being the market that it is, and let's just be honest, ESG, DEI, it does not work in China. I mean, if we take the movie industry,
no, it's forbidden. It's forbidden. It's forbidden.
Yeah, I'm saying, if we take even the movie industry as a small example, they covered up the face of Chadwick Boseman because he's a black.
He's black. Yeah.
So then they reduced the figure of Finn in the movie poster because he's black. This is anti-DEI stuff that they're doing over and over and over again. So why is BlackRock putting money into a Chinese market?
Because it's the only American ETF hedge fund that's allowed to operate in the Chinese market, because they're getting rewarded by forcing American companies and Western companies, if they want to have access to capital, to conform to ESG and DEI initiatives. So the reward for them is China says, all right, we'll open up our bamboo wall for you. You can bring in your head. You can open the first hedge fund here in China, because you are enforcing DEI and ESG policies. So they made a ton of money, and they're the only American ETF that's actually open in China, by the way. So, and this was opened. I'll tell you the dates right now, because I've got plenty of threads on it. So I'll just do it. It was originally, see. Oh, Aaron. Where's my thread? Sorry.
You can understand how this doesn't make sense to the average American.
Yeah, so black.
Well, no, and I mean, now that Trash explained it to me, right, it makes sense. However, the way it's being presented is freaking awful, and it's going to cause problems, right? So if we can get some people with the understanding of why this deal was made, how we benefit from the deal, and it's a better deal for us than BlackRock, and be able to explain that when we're out and about and out in spaces with other people, right? That's what needs to be done, right? Because if not, it's going to turn people and get them angry at Trump when you don't say anything, right? You make a deal with BlackRock, then you go out and you say it's an American company. Then we find out it's BlackRock, and now we're pissed because, F BlackRock. Because remember, during the East Palestine thing, we were talking about BlackRock.
To Trash. If we're talking about the average American consumer, then how do we get this point across to them? Because you and I both, they don't support DEI. They don't support ESG. That's not a thing. They're not going to go for it. So how did we get to this point to where we seem somewhat aligned with them?
Hi.
Hey, Southern.
Hey. I know BlackRock. BlackRock is slowly merging out of ESG in the U.S. ESG has DEI under it. So for the U.S., they're driving, slowly moving out. Hit the profit line not too well.
It's the whole global banking system at stake. And that's why when you hear Europe flipping out over stuff, is that BlackRock runs the international in a sense, trash, right? They run the whole or are involved in the shuffling of money across the global scape within the International Monetary Fund. And so with this move, they have to shift the money around so that it doesn't collapse. That's my guess on a top level thinking strategy, because of all the pension fund, all these funds are wrapped up into the IMF global bank system that they're trading on. And so where does that go? And now the DEI is out because they made a fortune on it, right? But DEI had a lot to do with pension funds, and what you touched on, Trash, is that whole money market way above our heads was being shifted around globally on an investment game. So they're trading pension funds, they're trading, all this stuff. And what Trash spoke to is not only that, they were trading on this whole ESG, DEI program, and all of the government funds that were being shifted around globally. I'm not just talking US. We're running on this system to run the markets.
Well, what they're doing here in the U.S. is the managers can opt out of ESG, which includes DEI. The international markets, or especially Europe, are still playing that game, which is ridiculous. But BlackRock, Vanguard, and is it State Capital or State Street? I always get them confused.
State Street.
State Street. If you go look at the stocks between the three, they're very commingled in a lot of ways with stock shares. And they have Merrill Lynch now. They have Merrill Lynch.
But Southern, this is the thing, right? You guys are all sorry, guys. You guys are all explaining like, oh yes, this is intricate financial markets. Okay, I'm looking at this from the dumb American. Okay, literally, I saw BlackRock, and I was like, what the fuck are we doing here? Right, this is not what I signed up for.
You're talking about BlackRock in terms of Panama Canal? Okay.
Yes.
I came in late.
Right, and you don't think that the left is going to use that as a way to put a wedge in between MAGA people and Trump, because everybody knows MAGA does not approve of BlackRock.
A lot of Democrats have their tensions there.
Well, it's got...
Hold on. Trash has explained why the deal is structured the way it is and why we went with BlackRock. That makes total sense to me, okay? But the way it was presented to the American people, it is going to go over like a lead balloon.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I guess the only thing that I can suggest to do.
Hold on, Southern Trash.
Yeah, the only thing that I could suggest to do would be, if anybody's actually genuinely asking and you believe that they can ingest anything at all, I went ahead and linked the article that John Solomon put out today from Just the News. It actually addresses everything that you guys are talking about, which I hadn't even read the full article. I didn't need to. I needed to read a paragraph, and I knew exactly what time it was. But that's because I spend so much time on this crap, right? But if you actually just read the article, actually goes through it line by line, what I thought was a good guess turns out to be exactly right. This was the deal.
Go ahead, Southern.
Well, in business, there's always something that's your line in the sand. They have a fiduciary responsibility, and that helps a lot. That helps a lot. But they have Merrill Lynch now. So pretty much a lot of people's investment programs or company plans are tied up in this. So they have a huge fiduciary responsibility. I don't work with them internationally.
Wait, you realize our people don't give a shit about fiduciary responsibilities because we've seen the fiduciary responsibility go directly out the
You
window.
mean the banks in 2008?
I mean, like anybody's responsibility. Like if I have to sit here and it's like, oh well, don't worry, Jen. In the deal, it says BlackRock has to do X, Y, and Z. I'm not trusting them. Right? Like, I don't give a shit. The only reason I'm like halfway okay with this right now is because it looks like Donald Trump freaking beat the crap out of BlackRock. Right? And said, call me daddy. Okay, cool. But it's still BlackRock, and our people are not going to like the fact that pretty much BlackRock now owns the Panama Canal. Okay, it is maybe just a bad headline. Okay, I don't know what it is, but like, yeah,
Jen, I will say this. The beautiful thing about a fiduciary responsibility is that means all of the people who are stakeholders or people that have bought into that, they have the ability to then sue and come after them. And I'm not saying that's necessarily what's going to happen in this case, but basically what the law is, when you say fiduciary responsibility, if all of the stockholders in a certain stock say you have not met your responsibility, we can now bring a claim against you. They could literally wipe that entire investment firm out due to the payouts that they would have to do because they have.
So I see what you're saying, right? But to the average American who has watched the past 4 years, okay, that means nothing. No one gets justice, okay? Like no one actually gets to go to court and freaking have anything done because our corrupt justice system, right? How many people in America have had their houses in the past, I don't know, 4 years bought out by BlackRock?
No, you're 100.
Jen, I think that
those were Blackstone.
Hold on. Okay, and how many of those are voters? So you think the people who got their houses stolen by freaking BlackRock are going to be happy when they hear that BlackRock is now running the Panama Canal? I mean, why not?
That's not what I said at all. And just like earlier, and I'll say it again just to make sure that you've heard it, I do not like BlackRock. I do not like the way they do business. I do not like their use of taxpayer funds and workers in the government funds as far as 401ks and things like that. I do not agree with that in any way whatsoever. That being beside the point, that raises still because of the way they're structured. If the American public decided to rise up and say, hey, you own our 401ks, in other words, our retirement funds, and you're not handling them in the best way possible, there is a recourse for that, and that is to have a lawsuit against them. And I wish they would do it. Oh my God, I wish they would do it because it would bankrupt them and send them down the path where they would never have any power ever again. And I hope that that happens. And do I want them to own the Panama Canal? Not by any means. That is the most horrible thing that could ever happen. I think the American government should have a stake in it, not BlackRock using taxpayer funding to do it. So I am hoping that because that claim in their statement of business is fiduciary responsibility, that the American people would rise up and say, hey, you hold our 401ks basically in your hand and you can squeeze them or release them at any time. And if Americans would just rise up and say, we're going to hold you accountable, that whole entity would not even exist anymore.
Jen, I looked it up just to be sure. BlackRock didn't buy houses. It was Blackstone.
It was Blackstone, but that's neither here nor there. It's Blackstone, but
It is, because if you're walking around saying it's BlackRock is wrong.
Blackstone founded BlackRock.
Correct. Yeah, and then they splintered off. That is correct.
Yeah, they had a little.
Okay. All right. So let's not get into semantics. Let's actually talk about something that the last speaker was just talking about here. And I would like to remind you guys that the people did rise up in 10 states, actually. Alabama, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Montana, Nebraska, South Carolina, Texas, Utah, and Virginia. They all basically either pulled or threatened to pull all of their entire state employee funding from BlackRock if they did not cancel their ESG and DEI policies. And also, not only that, not just to cancel them, but then actually had to show where it was fiduciary responsible for them to be able to actually implement such policies. So it did happen. It happened. I remember it happening starting in about early 2023, late 2022. I think Alabama was the first state to do it, and another 9 joined on as well. But again, just go read the article, guys. It came out like 4 hours ago. I've just now fully read the article. It explains actually everything I explained just about, except for the energy scope 3 emission target stuff.
I stuck it up in a Jumbotron so it's easy to get to.
That comes from somewhere else, but
yeah. So Trash, let me ask that. Rusty was trying to come up and couldn't get up, but she's saying that BlackRock got a deal for 44 ports in 23 other countries. Was that something you touched on, or
I haven't seen any of that. I know that they pulled out of the same type of ESG climate DEI initiatives out of the international community completely, not just the U.S., but completely. But I haven't seen where they got a specific number of ports. I don't know where that's from.
And well, what it looks like to me, I mean, if I had to guess, is that, you know, if you're talking about ports in 23 countries, it sounds like they're buying everything China was working on while we were playing in the sandbox in the Middle East.
It actually probably does seem like maybe somebody within the Trump administration or this new administration is using BlackRock to basically destroy China's Belt and Road Initiative, which would make sense actually in this context.
Now we're talking. You know, BlackRock's in the country rebuilding business like Brown and Root and Halliburton. And they're a large company. Besides a military takeover operation, they have all the services in place to do this deal. And the most important thing is that we cut off the flow of human trafficking and fentanyl in particular. The border is closed. The Panama Canal will be closed to secure the Darien Gap for national security. And that's as simple as it gets. We'll work through the particulars of BlackRock's behavior, but they're the company for the job for right now. And security is, and stopping the drug trafficking is of the utmost importance.
It might also, I mean, this is complete speculation, opinion. This is something that is only a maybe slightly educated opinion, is that they're also going to have to face the embarrassment of being forced out of having the only ETF that was in the Chinese market, because they are the spearhead of the American economy, taking down the Belt and Road Initiative of China. And that could be an additional global embarrassment factor there.
I won't.
Excellent point, Crush.
All right, hold on a second, please. Aaron, jump in here. Not Aaron Trash, Aaron.
Thank you. This is my 2 cents on how do you explain this to to just an American who's, just hearing, oh, wait a minute, BlackRock getting access to both ports, basically the entirety of the Panama Canal, like this is exactly what we've been fighting against, and suddenly there's such a slap across the face. So what I would say is, first you gotta secure the economy. You gotta, boost the economy tremendously through getting rid of the DEI, all these initiatives that is attacking the economy. So what Donald Trump is what he's doing here is making sure that the economy will have an easier time growing. So I think the best thing we can do is say, okay, we don't like that, but we'll give you some room to breathe. Okay, Trump, we're giving you some room to breathe. We know that you're trying to fight for us. So what we're going to do is we're going to let it as it is. It's over. This is what it is right now. But going forward, let's say once the economy starts, actually getting fixed, and there's inflation starts coming down, people making more money. From there, we try to hold BlackRock accountable. So the best way to explain that to somebody who just heard about this and they're like, why the hell is this happening? And they feel attacked by what's going on. You explain them as it is. Trump needs some wiggle room for the economy. It needs some breathing room.
All right. So, Aaron, I see what you're saying on that, right? But you also have to look at the L's that we are taking currently. Okay. Epstein list, L.
Absolutely.
Okay. What other list are we waiting for? I don't know. Freaking Epstein, Diddy,
JFK,
9/11. Oh, JFK files,
RFK.
Martin Luther King files. Like, there are a bunch of things, right? That if this wasn't happening simultaneously to those things, I wouldn't be as worried, right? But you add up all of those L's that we're currently sitting with, and then you dump BlackRock on top of it. Like, whoa, that's not good.
I agree with you. You know what? I agree with you on that. But yeah, it is a tremendous, I guess you could say, it is a tremendous L, especially the Epstein thing. That was a tremendous L, and I have no idea what was going through their minds. But if you keep them separate from one another, and he better start delivering on at least one of those. He'll deliver on one. So until that happens, I agree with you that criticizing and keeping our, just keeping an eye on stuff, like not completely trusting what's going on, keeping an eye on stuff is the best moves forward. But I'm saying that as things are right now, what would you have rather have him done with the Panama Canal? If he wants to secure the economy and make it grow, that's sometimes you have to make a deal with the devil. But I agree with you that we should keep an eye on what's going on, because this is all of them stacked upon each other, as you said. It's not good.
Well, and listen, I get it, right? Like, I also don't want them rushing into things, right? And trying to get all this stuff done in the first 100 days, and there might have been a better deal to be made that didn't involve BlackRock later.
Although,
you know what I'm saying?
But Jen,
I hear you. I hear you, but don't forget there's a whole bunch. There's so many moving parts actually to mention right now, such as ending the war in Ukraine, the Gaza story. There's so many things going on that Trump's got to focus on a few stuff, get those stuff done, and then go from there. Because if he bites off more than he can chew, I don't think he's gonna accomplish too many things. So if he actually manages to stabilize the economy,
I think the communication should have just been a little.
If he stabilized the economy and brings peace in Ukraine, finishes the war, and he goes from there, then we can say, okay, now let's do the Epstein files. Now let's do the Diddy files. Let's do this. But
yeah, but that's not what's happening.
I agree with you.
Right, and on this BlackRock thing, right, it's being presented as an American company, and we have a bunch of freaking researchers on our side. And the minute they dig in to see who that American company is, they're going to run into BlackRock.
Right.
Right? I just feel it could have been, explained a little better or something.
You have to understand, too, extracting ourselves out of the NATO money machine, there's a lot going on monetarily, right? So in this whole dialogue within the whole Ukraine sphere, there's a whole other level above that, which is the extraction of U.S. funds funneling into Europe and sustaining military/markets. And that involves Canada too, because they're involved with this. Because all the money, and I'm not even going to go to the money laundering concept through Ukraine, but what I'm talking about is the monetary funds that are connected to the European Union and what's happening now with the shutting down, security, information sharing, and because they know what the gig is and they're all flipping out. But BlackRock is totally tied in with that entire monetary fund.
Yeah, but our people, right? Normal American people don't get that. Right. And this is what I'm saying. It's the BlackRock thing. And the fact that our people have been standing up nonstop against BlackRock. We want BlackRock out. We hate BlackRock. F. Larry Flink. BlackRock. Okay. Listen, think about Maze doing spaces for hours. And then you bring up the Panama Canal as a big thing. You go and do a deal with the BlackRock, which, okay, I understand. I get it. Okay. But then you don't, nothing is said, and it comes out later, oh, by the way, that American company was BlackRock. None of the concessions are talked about. It wasn't presented like we were getting the better deal of it. Now all our people are seeing is BlackRock owns the Panama Canal. And you don't think that the left is going to exploit this fact and A, try to make us look like hypocrites that we're afraid to question Donald Trump, and B, that our arguments are kind of completely undermined at this point.
Is it okay?
Yeah, such is my life, Jen, knowing this stuff, right? Because I can come in here and I can speak to you guys, and you guys are going to know what I'm talking about, and you're going to be like, okay, actually that makes sense, right? You guys know I'm not making excuses for somebody that I fucking loathe and detest and I hate, right? And the fact that we went from 27 major banks down to basically 4 or 5 major banks, we've consolidated that far down post 2008, which made me basically lose my entire life, including my job, my wife, my marriage, everything that I had at that time. You don't think that I wasn't pissed about that? I am. But you know me also as a practical person, and I'm seeing a penance and an embarrassment, and I'm actually seeing Trump actually making BlackRock look like a fool. The problem is, how the fuck do I explain the last 3.5 years of things that I've been trying to break down piece by piece to somebody? And I don't know how to do that. And so the only thing that I'm going to say is, I don't know, read the article. I think you guys can get it, because if I can get it, you can get it. I'm no super brain.
Well, now I get it, right? Now that it was okay, it's not BlackRock. They're the way you explained it was perfect, Trash. Now I can combat that. But when I have people get up in spaces and they're like, oh, Trump's selling you out. Look, he's doing deals with BlackRock. I need something to go out back at these people with and be like, well, no, actually, I understand, because this is why the deal was done.
So here's how we do it. Let's practice. Right. So let's say that you're that person. They come up in the space and say, oh, look, Trump's selling you down the rivers. It's the same thing as 2016. It's a shitty administration. We told y'all are fucking stupid, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Who was the proprietor of ESG and DEI? Who was it? Oh, I don't know. BlackRock. Okay, great. Now that we've established that, who was the company that had helped facilitate the buy of all the oil and federal gas leases that were supposedly closed for the green people that supposedly got Biden elected when he signed an executive order? Who bought all the oil and gas leases? Because they weren't actually closed. They're still running to this day. And that's China. It's known as PetroChina, the largest energy producer in China. Okay, so guess who got to open the only American hedge fund in China as a reward for levying ESG and DEI policies, ESG policies on energy makers, like our American energy companies, and giving them scope 3 emissions targets, net zero targets, which are impossible to do if you're an oil and gas producer. We all know that. That's stupid while you're flying around in your private jet. Well, that was BlackRock. And BlackRock got to open their only ETF in China. And so they got to do that. And so who has egg on their face when China, we find out, owned the Panama Canal, and now we are taking it back, and BlackRock is the one that's going to be administering it? Who's getting the egg on their face? Because now they have to not only roll back all of their ESG and DEI requirements for access to capital for American companies, but then also has to pay the money, front the money, and maintain the Panama Canal and take it away from the very country that you thought you had secured the only American ETF allowed to do business so they could make money on the $220 billion ETF market in China. Well, that's also BlackRock. And so if China doesn't control the major only port between the Eastern world and the Western world, which is why we put the Panama Canal to begin with in there, and America controls it again. And we're going to force the very same company that made us look all like fools, made us lose our jobs, destroy our economy, make us more poor, send inflation through the roof. That same company, because out of their selfishness and greed, enforced policies on American companies to implement these policies, and American companies couldn't grow, and they had to outsource, or they had to sell, or they had to move their labor and their manufacturing and their staffing overseas just to be able to compete in a market because they couldn't afford, due to DEI policy, which were wrecking and destroying not only their companies, but also American families in our education system. And the same companies that was rewarded for doing all of this now has to have egg on their face and be the front runners for the very same people that's going to ruin and destroy the Belt and Road Initiative for China. That's the only way that I can describe, in my opinion, this is the biggest double barrel middle finger and a way to get rid of DEI and ESG for good out of not only international markets, which they are pulling out of international markets, by the way, read the article, and also all American companies. And now American companies can grow. Now we can go full bore, full power on our energy, and we can transport it to the Western Hemisphere very easily because we control the means of transportation between the East and the West through the Panama Canal again. And we forced the very same company that tried to destroy our economy to have global stakeholder capitalism, otherwise known as communism, in my opinion, and force them to have to be America first if they want to survive, if they want to participate in our economy. That's the only way I can describe this to anybody. And that's the shortest amount of words that I can use.
Well, and I think that was excellent, Trash. Like in the hot button like points of that, right? And I think and this is what I think is important about spaces, right? Is arming people with the information, especially when crazy shit like this happens, and you kind of have to understand the level of international policy and banking policy, and let's break it down to simple terms, right? The deal with BlackRock is further ridding our country of the ESG and DEI regulations that were hurting American businesses, while also forcing BlackRock to become America first and support American business, while also getting back control of the Panama Canal.
And destroying China's Belt and Road Initiative, because if they are getting these ports, that means China doesn't own them anymore. And that means access to, and the mineral rights that we're going to get out of this Ukraine deal is going to pay back plus more money on the amount of money we spent on Ukraine to begin with. We're going to get it all back through the mineral rights. And then we're also going to have Russia on our side because they're going to get what they want, because they're going to keep Crimea, their warm water port. But we're going to make that water port neutral. that means that Ukraine can actually use that same port that Russia's using by themselves alone in that warm water port. And they're going to be able to use Crimea the same way, which is the reason they wanted it to begin with. And the natural land bridge that Russia wanted in the eastern part of Ukraine will still be active, but they're going to be going to a neutral port. Honestly, this is the quickest geopolitical shift I have ever effing seen in my entire life. And I cannot believe I'm actually witnessing it. And I get to watch BlackRock with egg on their face and force them to now use all their resources to be America first just for them to stay in business. And money drives everything. And the egg on their face is priceless in this deal, in my opinion. And
well, and see,
okay, and again, it forces this trade war that we're having with China. And all of the exported products coming out of China with tariffs on them is going to drive up the costs, and they can no longer stamp out American manufacturing. I know this because, Jennifer, you know what I do for a living. I work for an American manufacturer, and the products that we make, we were getting crushed because there were no tariffs, there was no tax, and we were getting crushed on a cost per square foot basis of the material that we were developing by China. By the time the tariffs and everything settles in, and the cost of the ports and the transportation and their use of the Panama Canal and other ports and other land bridges and warm water ports, when they once had it locked in, which is why they brought Russia into the fold and bought their energy at 50 cents on the dollar, no longer exists. Well, now all of a sudden we've got a different conversation, don't we? And when we have a closed border, we have a really different conversation, because fentanyl is going to be a little bit harder to destroy the country from within, and China can continue on in its Belt and Road Initiative. See,
well, and Trash, like, see, this is, I'm so excited we did this, right? Because this really could have been a really big issue in this whole thing. But like, now that it is explained, because obviously people care about DEI, people care about ESG, right? If that is getting, people won't mind as much as long as they know that BlackRock is operating like within special regulation other than it was, and it's actually destroying China and getting the Panama Canal back while making BlackRock toe the line, right? And I'd want to get Sally.
And one more thing to end this. Where did DEI and this trans and queer stuff start? It started in the schools, didn't it? Guess who was on Megyn Kelly last night? Alvin Louis from Courage is a Habit was on Megyn Kelly last night. What do you think that's going to do to parents that are watching Megyn Kelly only?
Wait, what?
Yeah. Alvin
like,
from Courage is a
what?
Habit was on Megyn Kelly yesterday. Yep.
I haven't got to watch it yet, but I'm super excited.
Go watch it. Alvin, and he blew her mind. And I'm like, dude, I love Alvin. I know Alvin. Dude, like, I've been rocking with this guy for like the last 2-3 years. I mean, like, he was on Megyn Kelly yesterday. So now the schools are also now under attack by people on a level that we could never reach for what we were doing here on Twitter Spaces. So I'll land my plane there, and I'll ignore, and I'll answer any questions, and I'll shut the hell up.
Love you, Trash. Thank you. And guys, see, like, I think this is why it's important to have these conversations and be able to ask the tough questions sometimes, right? Just because you're asking the questions doesn't mean you don't support the person or whatever, but like, things need to be explained, especially when BlackRock and other companies like that are involved. So Sally, jump in here, then we'll go to Aaron.
So these are my concerns. One, Trash makes a great point that they're going to get rid of DEI for all of this stuff, right? But we already know, especially in the state of Utah, they're just renaming DEI. So they're just going about it in a different way through social emotional learning, through that type of stuff. And my other concern,
which is schools, though, right, Sally? That's schools.
Correct. No,
right?
You're right.
That's why I landed on schools.
No,
yeah, go ahead.
You're correct. I'm just saying that was my concern. I didn't say that it's, you know what I'm saying? So I'd be curious to see how that, if businesses start doing that or whatnot, we'll have to watch for that. My other concern is we know that a lot of child trafficking goes through the Panama Canal. And we do know that BlackRock donates funds to various NGOs like Concern India Foundation, United Way Mumbai, International Rescue Committee. So whoever controls Panama, if they're working with these NGOs that are supposedly doing humanitarian stuff, I want to make sure that they're not trafficking human beings. That is my number one concern with all of this. And I just don't like BlackRock, period. I know that Trump has to make concessions and make deals. I don't trust the company to not be involved in these things.
Well, that was kind of my like part of why I brought that up, because we know BlackRock now. How did the closing of USAID affect BlackRock, I wonder? Josh, jump in here on solid.
Well, and this is something that I put out a couple days ago. I don't need SCOTUS to rule on a USAID deal one way or the other. I don't really give a shit how they ruled. It needs to go through legislation. It needs to be codified. And we need to be going after the NGOs. The only thing I can tell you is this. I'm working with a big group of people. So a lot of them are staffers of Senate people on the Hill or House representatives on the Hill, or people that run immigration and trafficking, anti-trafficking organizations. And essentially what they're trying to accomplish, if you guys remember the Lake and Riley Act, that a lot of that went through that group, by the way. I knew a lot about all of that before it finally went through, but all I look, man, I don't have all the answers for all of this shit, dude. But what I can tell you is that the focus of our government, while we have all three branches, and which I believe is going to grow in the midterms, not shrink, which would break trends. But after last night's shenanigans, I think it's going to break so many trends it doesn't really matter. But while we have all three houses, I think that we need to codify and destroy NGOs once and for all. And so I think that that's something that we're going to have to be working on closely. My experience with NGOs comes with lawfare and censorship. As you guys know, that's my lane, that's my bag. So I'm going after them. That also needs to be on the slate. But I'm only discussing BlackRock at this point. I can't. We're not going to solve the world's.
It was enough to tackle
I'm just trying to explain what happened here on this deal specifically. So.
Before we go to the next hand, I just want to say one thing. Guys, I'm not a huge account. I'm quite small, and I could use help. Aaron Stevenson needs to get hired at DHS. He needs to get his job back. He knows how to find these kids.
Oh, I know. Aaron and I talk almost every day.
I know you do. I'm saying people on this platform in here, we need to start sending out posts. We need to start sharing posts. Try to get it to the right people that's actually going to look at him and be like, this guy got wrongfully terminated and that he needs to be hired back. And I keep making posts and they just don't really get any traction. So if a big cat wants to do it.
Well, wait a second. Isn't that something that the administration is addressing? Of people who lost their jobs because of COVID or whistleblowing or stuff like that.
I thought they were, but yeah, it hasn't happened yet. So I think that we just need to put it out there.
So, and honestly, this is the issue, right? The speed at which Trump is moving right now, right, and doing things is literally completely unheard of, guys. Usually it takes years, months to get anything accomplished, right? And not that we don't need to be holding them accountable, because I just proved that, okay? But we do have to, temper our expectations a little bit, right? We have to realize that they are doing their absolute best to get things done as fast as possible. And remember, the mainstream media, right, is writing their articles a lot off of what is going on X, right? And we don't want to be used as weapons against the administration, right? There is a time to attack and demand answers, right? And then there is a time to be patient and realize things in DC usually take years and years and years and years. And we know that Trump has our best interests at heart.
Well, I don't want to attack. I just want some kind of a campaign to just bring it to people's attention. He's an analyst. He knows how to find these things.
Well, I'm not just talking about you, Sally. Like, I hear it in spaces all the time. I was just
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I just would like for us to do some kind of a campaign post where we all kind of pitch in to bring awareness, because he is an analyst. He already knows he knows the cartels, he knows the terrorists, he knows the deep state, he knows how to find these people, and he's been calculating for 4 years the best way to find them without costing them their lives. So I would just, I don't know, maybe that's too much to ask, but I just would really like to get that out there.
Well, and to that point, Sally, Trash, and maybe you could answer this. What I have seen the past couple days about like the Epstein files is like, oh, well, listen, guys, some of it's going to be redacted because of national security. Okay, well, this guy was supposedly like a businessman, as you would want me to believe, and wasn't running a blackmail operation, with some of the most powerful governments in the world. So what exactly was he doing that is so like cause to national security that it still has to be redacted even though he's dead?
Yeah, because he was probably running along with Five Eyes. I mean, people are like, oh, Mossad. I'm like, yeah, it's bigger than Mossad. I got to be honest with you. It's bigger than Mossad. I mean, I'm sure they were involved, sure. But he was part of probably a lot of like Five Eyes blackmail operations. And Five Eyes is a collection of intelligence agencies from around the world, right? You got Australia, South Africa, the UK, the US. I don't. There's 5 of them. Just let it slip from my mind because we're on like 17 different topics right now. But there might be some things in national security interest, and these are documents that have been seen for the first time by anybody who gives a shit to actually put it out in public versus hide it. I.e., the latest resignation from the FBI director in the New York field office. But Cash has just now been seated. Dan Bongino doesn't even take office until a week after next. So the following Monday is when he comes in as deputy director in the FBI. We just now finished confirmations of the cabinet. We just now are getting reports on where some overspending has been. We are literally just not even out of the confirmation process yet. It is March 6th. The inauguration was January 20th. Confirmations are just now coming to a close. I mean, the last one that I saw of any major contention was McMahon for Department of Education, and already there's an executive order on Donald Trump's desk to dismantle the Department of Education, thanks to Shirley McMahon. So, I mean, it's coming. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, if this was March 6, 2026, y'all go wild. Y'all say whatever you want. Y'all had a year from confirmations, but like a lot's been done in less than a month. So, like, I just. And again, it doesn't take a groundswell of 100,000 people, Sally, supporting Aaron Stevenson and Tara Rodas and Garrett O'Boyle and Steve Friend and Kyle Seraphin and all these people. And I know Kyle wants no part of any of it. He's out. I talk to him regularly. I don't know about Steve if he wants to come back. Garrett O'Boyle's case was settled. I believe he's allowed to come back, and he's going to get, his back pay, I believe. So that one's been taken care of. As far as Aaron goes, I've talked to him about a few things that I found opportunities for him, but he would be better off in ops and internal intelligence inside the Department of Homeland Security. Well, Kristi Noem just got nominated or confirmed not too long ago. So I'm using my contacts there. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of people that have contacts that are trying to make these things move. Versus just like having groundswell campaigns that aren't going to really do much, because these are people that are not going to be elected. They're going to be selected. They're going to be hired. They're going to be put in place. That's a little bit of a different thing than, okay, we know November 5th, we've got to have everybody primaried up until through the primaries, and then we have to have the final campaign stretch through November 5th, and then November 5th, the Congress people get elected, and then they get seated in December, and then the inauguration comes January 22nd. This is a different conversation altogether. And so I'm trying to find a home for people like Aaron and like other people that do want to come back and find a home where they're going to be most effective versus just, getting them in somewhere.
Well,
But
you guys
I'm just one person though. So I mean, I'm
tell me how I
what
can
do
help. If I can help in any way, tell me the best avenue. I can live stream. I will do whatever I can. I'm just a small person. I'm one voice, and I know I don't have the connections you do. But if there's any way I can help, please let me know.
And it's not.
Get Brian Colfage pardoned.
Yeah, right. Get him pardoned.
That always
right.
help.
Like, I mean, like, look, like, there's a lot of things. Like, I don't. Oh man.
Well, no, I wasn't saying you trash. I'm saying like for pardons and stuff, right, guys? Like groundswell actually
that does
help.
for pardons. It does because it's a popular
for pardons. So like
It's
but for hiring, right? Like guys, like, and this isn't us just be. It is such a freaking ridiculous process. Like it's bad.
It's really bad. I mean, it's one thing to show that you can get a 1 or 2 point bump, in popularity by the public by, pardoning this person, or getting the libertarian vote by saying that I'm going to pardon Ross Ulbricht and then doing it. Like you're going to get points bump and you got votes out of it from the Libertarian Party because they wanted to free Ross, right? That's a groundswell thing. But like getting people hired into positions in the government, like that's a whole different thing. It's like, hey, I got a guy. All right, we'll take a look at him. It's gross. Inside the Beltway is the grossest place I have ever seen in my entire life. It's disgusting. I've never seen anything like it. And I hope that we can reform it one day. We've been talking about a lot of stuff tonight, guys, so I'll shut up.
I resemble that remark, I'm inside the Beltway. So
I feel sorry for you, Chris. But you know what I mean? The inside the Beltway infrastructure.
Yeah, I'm just I'm just teasing because quite literally the Beltway is only 1.5 miles away. So
Chris, stop talking. Poor Chris is so sick, guys.
He
doesn't want to say anything, but he's sick.
I'm as close to being outside the Beltway and being inside the Beltway as you can possibly be.
He's sick because he stayed on a space till 5 a.m. with Gabrielle the other night talking about eyeball syphilis.
You need to go listen to that. Need to go listen to the space. I'm not going to say anything else. It's the best space late night anybody's had in decades.
In decades?
Oh, yes. It was comical. It was classic. It was heartfelt. It was sad, and it was funny.
All right, hold on. Before we get into eyeball syphilis and all the good shit, we got people's hands up. Base hasn't spoken yet, so we'll go Base and then back to Aaron. Base, go ahead.
It's a little bit off topic, but I just wanted to say, and I was going to sound weird, but I love white people. I feel like that's something I wasn't allowed to say for a long time. I'm not that old, but I grew up in high school and college during the whole DEI thing, and I was treated like shit. I was a minority as a white person. And I just wanted to say, of course, I love everyone, but I think white people are great. I love white people. I'm glad that I'm white, and I think that it's fucking really, really cool. Oh, by the way, as far as the FBI goes, I know that they're doing something because my neighbor's house got raided today, and I think he was Colombian or some shit, but I saw like 6 kids today. It happened at like 6 a.m. in the morning. So they're doing something. I don't know what's going on, but
well, you said he's Colombian. Are you sure that
no,
wasn't
he was like, no, it was the FBI. They had a loud megaphone SWAT team outside the door.
That could be ICE.
No, they said FBI. You could hear it on megaphone. Plus, you could see the FBI jackets, tons of words, FBI, FBI, FBI everywhere. It was definitely FBI. And they said
tracking children.
Yeah, the search warrant. Well, I don't know what it was for, but I saw at least 6 kids come out of there. 6 white kids come out of there. But I just wanted to say,
Wow.
I think
You are really obsessed with race.
it's not well. I grew up around a lot of people who were not nice to me for my race, and I believe that I should, as a white person, be able to live near other white people, and that does matter. Black people should be able to grow up around Black people if they want. They deserve to have Black countries. Asians deserve to have Asian countries. I think that white people deserve to have.
Okay, so I'm gonna, and like you are totally free to feel however you
I
want.
love white people.
I honestly think
That's
we just
not hate.
shouldn't
That's
discuss
love.
race.
I said I love white people.
Okay,
That's not
okay.
hate.
I didn't say you were hating, but I'm about to hate on you if you don't stop. So like I get it, and like I really don't think like race should be like part of our discussion right now. We got bigger problems as Americans. You can be happy to be white. I am also white. I don't feel the need to like go out and proclaim it. I love everybody equally. So this is really awkward. Yeah.
Do we have any more hands?
He's removed from the speaker, so
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, we don't need any of that nonsense going on, guys. I'm getting.
I love pygmies.
Oh, I
Like,
noticed
what?
that a trash panda left. I knew that was going to happen. All right, listen, I do want to shut this down because it's getting late and I need to get some stuff done. But it's been a great conversation. I really appreciate everybody.
we haven't talked about the elephant in the room.
Go open a space and you can talk about it to your heart's desire. Has something to do with eyeballs.
Till 5 in the
Yeah.
morning.
It was a wild space. I was in it for a while, but I did fall asleep on the space.
I heard you in there. I heard all y'all in there.
Luckily, I remembered to remove myself from the stage before I fell asleep.
So all I can say is there is never, ever a better space than Dustin Stockton conspiracy theory spaces. Okay? There's no competition ever, ever, ever.
Yeah, too bad you don't do spaces anymore.
Those very few spaces in which he hosts, they got recorded, which I doubt they were. I wish they were. Probably historically should be archived into a Oscar-worthy archive of history, because every topic with such great attitude and conversation. Because Dustin is probably, I don't care who's on the top of the list of space hosts, is the best spaces host ever. And I wish he would come back to us.
This one gives it a run for its cake. I mean, if you listen to Gabrielle talking about eyeball syphilis and how she paved the way for transgender to be crushed, that ranks up there for one of the best spaces.
No, I think the secret storage space of interesting.
Rose, we have all those old spaces.
This was not on the level of Dustin doing any space. Okay, this was a late night space. Okay, when many people were where they were supposed to be. Not me. I took over for Kim in the political space, and
you soiled my civic space, is what you did.
Yeah,
still there. It's still there. Okay, and then we brought up a guest, and it just kind of took on a life of its own.
So you say.
Hey, nobody in that room had ever heard of that previously. I talked to my doctor. I have a client that's a retinal surgeon. Okay, they don't have many of those in the country, and this one happens to be one of the best ones. He only had one case, and there was another doctor in his office that saw a case. but there's like 338 cases in 350 million people. So this is not a big thing. What she was trying to figure out is why the government is spending money on signs for this stuff on highways in Cleveland, in Cincinnati, in Baltimore, and in bus stops all over Washington, D.C., when it is one of the most minuscule issues of our time.
She wanted to know how you could get that, like what position you needed to be in to get that.
See,
That's
I'm
what she
still
wanted to
streaming
know.
here. Just watch.
All right, so I'm out. Love you guys. Not all orifices are holes. Okay, thank you.
Brock can just ask
Public
Brock
service
what it
announcement
is.
from
Ask
Jen.
Brock what it is, and it'll tell you everything you need to know and how you can get it, right? And what you need to do after you get it.
Or just ask me and I will explain in the absolute most ridiculously way possible to make people laugh at serious shit, okay? We all give a duty to this space.
We all are duty bound, Jen.
Well, actually, Chris,
And
that was civics. If you think about it, we're about educating people, right? And how they can best, what?
Kelly, you're swinging for
Well,
the fields or whatever. Swinging for the bleachers.
Never mind.
So getting back to what Trash was talking about, I'm sorry that he left.
Oh my God, Chris. Kim wants to close this.
yeah, and we're
All
on
right.
the topic of like conspiracy spaces and how wonderful they
just put a
are.
new nicotine patch on.
Oh, is that it? Oh, damn. Let's get
Kim-
into that conspiracy.
if Kim-
Hi, inject ourselves with like
He's
something
on
that
the
makes you
nicotine-
psycho.
He's on the nicotine nutrition plan. That's
Oh,
what it is.
please call Maha right now.
Chris, DM me if you open a space. Good night.
It's $19 for a pack of patches from Amazon.
Kim, you're just gonna
How
have to
much
press
do you
end
have to
unless Chris
for a
wants
pack
to
of
log on to
cigarettes?
American Mission.
I'll give you the space if you want it, Chris.
And when is the Dustin conspiracy spaces going to start? Because that's my late night fodder.
Never.
I want him to start back up garbage fail.
He's a bah humbug.
I still
Dude, he booms the room every time. Like,
Flat Earth and Antarctica are imperative topics.
No, he'll do it, okay, but it has to be like he has to just like if I ask him to do it, he'll say no. Maybe he just says no just because it's
maybe
me. I
we
don't
should
know.
start a groundswell
But-
campaign.
Yeah, you could start a groundswell campaign. Maybe beg Dustin to do it.
Let's trend it right now. Yeah.
I don't know. Probably not tonight. I heard crypto's like going crazy or something. So
Oh, God,
everybody's going crazy, and I like I'm alone here, in a good way. Like I'm down building a house, but honestly, I have too much time listening to spaces right now. And can I tell you the whack-a-mole crazy shit that I've listened to in the last 2 weeks is everything across the board, and the topic selections are getting quite concerning in my book. But when you talk about influence campaigns, that's a conspiracy in itself. And hosts meeting influencers, influence the influencers. But yeah, no, you can close the space now, but I'm going to miss everybody because I'm now just getting revved up.
I'm going to transfer the space to Mr. Philby and then he can stay up late night again.
I really don't want to hear about eyeballs and patches.
Well, Gabrielle's not going to come in, so, you'll be fine.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to do it right now.
Okay, I'm shutting down the streams. Thanks, Rumble.
Oh, goodbye to all our streamers. Thank you for coming.
Rumble, Pilled, Kick, YouTube, KUX, and X lives.
And thank you, Trash. If you're still listening somehow, some way, your knowledge and input is always tremendous.